Alrighty then. Get that up. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing well. Lord Master Sotek, the old world map released after the Nova event seemed a little odd. Do you think games... I don't know what that is. GMWSHP? What? I don't know what that is. Lars. Well, the whole reveal show was weird. The whole reveal show was just weird. That quite literally felt like Games Workshop did not have a plan. That's the only way I can describe it. Like, it felt like they just had zero plans whatsoever. And they got caught with their pants down, because that was just strange. That was the strangest thing I've ever seen. Like they've had some not stellar reveal shows, but the thing about this one that was particularly egregious is that it felt like they lied. I think that was the thing that got me and a lot of people, was that it really felt like GW was like, hey, we're gonna show off some exciting new reveals for all of your favorite tabletop games, and everyone was like, oh cool, that's exciting, awesome. And then and then they just turned around and were like, oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking, I get flashbanged by that every time. Loud as fuck and it's bright as fuck. Ugh, Lord. I hate the Final Fantasy intro screens. It happens every time. Tetsuro, hello. Like, that was so strange. The only thing they had to show was the Stormcast stuff, which they've had for a while. And the, all that's just strange. Strange. Look at it, chat. We got our sexy Uber weapon. Oh, that reminds me. I still have to do... What the fuck is the last stage for this? I'm on the very last stage. But I just need to double check what I technically need to do. Oh, that's right. I just have to grind a bunch of dungeons. That's all it is. But it's like you have to... hold on. I know I have a chat from somebody about this. Oh God, where is it? There it is. It's the very last stage. Oh, Rise and Shine. Okay, I have the quest for it. I guess we should do that. Okay. But I definitely want to get Hildebrand finished today. Hey, Dice Fumbler. Hawk Godly, hello. Castraded. Lich Lord Chris. Hope you're all doing well today. Oh, Hawk, thank you for fixing that. Oh, I need to do that on YouTube as well, actually. Give me 1 second. Let me fix that. God, that Nova show was terrible. It's gonna take me a bit to kind of get over that. That was shocking to me how bad that was. Like, even by Games Workshop standards, that was perplexing. There we go. I look so much better. We cleaned up my armor last time. How long do you think Gotrek and Felix would be able to stand Hildebrand? Felix would probably find him annoying, but would tolerate him. Gotrek would kill him within, like, relatively quickly. Or at least would violently assault him. Alright, here we go, the last stage. Let me guess. You're here on account of Geralt and some weapon or another. How close I'd come. Well, at least now I know why Geralt is hankering for those old tomes, like a starved cat after a plump mouse he was. Hehe, when that man starts working, there ain't naught in the realm as can stop him. Ain't changed a bit from when we were traveling around. Oh, but that's, what were we talking about again? Ah, that's right, you were hunting for Riemann. Well, I reckon he's the man you want, given what you're after. Of course, the problem ain't finding him. It's the getting him to help you part. See, a fair ways back, Ramon let Geralt a pretty lump sum of money. Time comes to repay it, and Geralt tries to run. Certain words are said, certain bottles thrown. Needless to say, Ramon hates the blacksmith more than a mortal bile. I ended up repaying the sum Geralt owed, but Ramon's kept that grudge smoldering inside him for nigh on 20 years. I understand why well enough, I suppose. Could have bought 10 manses in the lavender beds with what Geralt took. I conjure any man be hesitant to forgive and forget after that. Now, if you know the particulars, I'll give you your introduction. But best to keep in mind that folk as work in the shadows are real sticklers for their code. Won't deal with the soul what's broken it, nor their friends. So run on back to Hitter's Mill and tell Geralt that Ramon's in his usual haunt. But I don't think the merchant will touch you with a 10-foam pole unless the dolt apologizes in full. Okay. There was a Nova show? There was technically a show at Nova, yes. Game's a bit loud. Okay. I'll turn that down just a bit. Thank you. Holding a grudge for 20 years? Them's beardling numbers. Crimlo just beat Shadowbringers. God damn. Isn't it nice knowing we don't have to do the Akadal 9 quests because we finished them? How delightful. Alright, Geralt. Eh? What's that about Raymond? Bah, just like that gill-punching, pinching bastard not to deal with you unless I grovel at his bloody feet. He'd thinking under the water under the bridge by now, as it's been full 20 years since... Ah, but it ain't the money, is it? It's the woman. Never you bleedin' mind who. Point is, Raymond just won't forgive me, no matter how long or loud I apologize. Have you considered that a gift may say more than words can, Geralt? Surely you know of something dear to him. You heard all that, did ye? As it happens, I can't rightly remember what Raymond likes. Well, save for a bottle of liquor or 3. Then the fiery liquor I gave to you is the answer, is it not? Now, don't talk nonsense. It ain't every day I can drink such fine spirits. The liquor's mine, and mine it's going to stay. Fine! For the sake of the bloody Zodiac weapon, I'll part with me bottle of sunshine. You will not regret this, Geralt. Though I am sorry to say, that bottle represents the last of the spirits I brought from Murad Zatan. God damn it all! Please, Jalzin, at least tell me you've not run out of the ingredients you need to brew a potion. I have not, though all of my alchemical equipment is now buried at the bottom of my luggage. But pray tell, what would you have me do with them? Something I read in the Trail of the Braves. For now, let's just say we'll need a potion or the like if this awakening business goes to plan. Now, Dalcarius, if Rowena said Raymond's in his usual haunt, then you'll need to make your way to Swift Perch. Once you find the bloke, you'll need to give him... just give him this bottle of sunshine, say it's from me. Get yourself some of what he's dealing, then hie off to battle. Since he'll pass through your weapon through soul resonance, and the more blows you strike, the sooner that sentience will start to wake. No doubt the Zodiac glass will aid you in taking measurements of the soul resonance. Once you have imbued your arm with enough senses, return to me and I will do my utmost to see its potential realized. What's the schedule for the Lordbeard's anniversary? I don't... I can't answer that exactly just yet because everything's been so like with me and Andy's internet being problematic. Nice shades. Good morning. Dalcarius, isn't it? So I thought. I've been expecting you. Sunshine, distilled in Jalzin's private cellarage using a recipe handed down through his family for 16 generations, give or take a few generations. These mind-clearing, belly-warming, lacquer-removing spirits are as sweet as on the lips as the sun's kiss. I like his glasses. Ah, this must be Geralt's token of apology. One exotic aroma. I'm afraid no bottle of liquor, be it ever so fine, will the hate I bear the man. However, I will accept this olive branch nonetheless. But surely you came as much to rouse something from slumber as to lay an old grudge to rest. No need to explain, not to a man with a web of 1,000 eyes and ears. You seek to awaken the sentience nestled within your Zodiac weapon, or am I wrong? So I thought. I must say, even I was surprised to hear that Geralt succeeded in recreating a Zodiac Brave's arm, and amazed to learn the weapon concealed yet another secret. Now, all of my wares Mahatma should serve best to bring that secret to light. I have 12 types all told, each the shard of a soul with a distinct sense contained within. I cannot say if it will be what Geralt was expecting, but attaching them to your weapon in careful order should do something. As one who once sweated over the anvil, I am intrigued to see what. The merchant in me, however, cannot give Mahatma away for free. My price is elegant tomestones of poetics. Rowena will never more be mine, but I would still aid her with these where I can. Ah, and you need to worry about me. I may deal from the shadows, but I dislike shadowy dealings. When you are ready to purchase Mahatma, simply say the word and produce the elegant tomestones, of course. That was easy. Hey, Jothu's Manser, thanks so much for the 17 months. Thank you. Appreciate it. Completing certain activities with Mahatma fixed to your Zodiac weapon will generate soul resonance. If you misplace your class, you can speak to Hrismil. Once you have used all 12, speak to what's-face. Okay, cool. Well, well, you've come for my wares, haven't you? So I thought, so I thought. Well, produce my payment, and I will happily provide Mahatma for whatever Zodiac weapon you wish. Mahatma the Ram. So we strike our accord. Here is your Mahatma the Ram, a crystal said to awaken a sense of assertion within souls. Taking the liberty of fixing it to your arm. Now go forth and wield it. Alright. 1 of 12. There's another seasonal event going on right now. Final Fantasy XIV's anniversary event. Interesting. So, I think we're going to do this tonight. I think the first thing I'm going to do is I think we're going to go straight to... I think we're going to go deal with the finale of Hildebrand. And let's just get it over with. And that'll be the first thing we do today. Actually, you know what? Because this one's kind of long, if I remember right. And it has a long outro. I kind of want to get the relic weapon over with. Because if we just... It's pretty short compared to a lot of the other ones we've done. Because if you just spam the right dungeon... I believe you can get through it pretty fucking fast. If you do forceful or higher, it instantly completes your Mahatma. Yeah, I think it's if you run through Armvale. Yeah, if you run through Armvale twice with each Mahatma and you're done. So what if let's get this weapon over with. Then we'll do the Final Fantasy XIV we'll do the Final Fantasy XIV anniversary event. And then after that, we'll do Hildebrand. And after that, we'll do main story quest until... Or, I guess we'll do dailies after Hildebrand. And then after that, we'll do main story quest until I go to bed. I don't have to do anything early tomorrow, so we can stay up kind of late tonight. Because I'm pretty sure with Alex, we can smash through Armvale, like, super fast. So let's do that. You have a reason to come. It's my wondrous tales. All right, fair enough. All right. I think we got this down to oh, I don't even remember what it was, but we got this down to like hilariously fast. Well, we're figuring out what we want to do. Level 50. What's the fastest level 50? Oh, so arm. Well, we're just figuring out what we're doing here. It's listed. All right, everybody strap into your seatbelts. We're about to move quick. So while this is going, tell me, chat, how's everybody doing? How are you all? How's everybody enjoying life? Enjoying the week? Oh, the nice thing is, I don't need loot anymore. That's the best thing. I don't have to worry about that. You're alive? I feel that. Feel those vibes. Life is awesome! Well, that's good to hear, Dice Fumbler. I'm glad that you seem to be doing okay. Yeah, because if I understand everything correctly, we only have to do what we're doing right now 24 times. And then you're done. Feel a bit weird turning 30 next month. I mean, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. It feels pretty much the same as all the birthdays before it. Like, I don't know. In my experience, they all just kind of blend together. Pulses steadily with a sense of assertion. I don't know what that means, but okay. Let's see, does it actually tell me what a sense of assertion means? Oh, steadily. Okay, so that was a one steady. Didn't count? Okay. Okay, so which one? Yeah. So what's the fastest one for tits? Because we want to help a brother out. Oh, the 51s have roadblocks. Trying to think. Yeah, Snowcloak's relative. Rose is the fastest. Maybe you can hop out. Let's try Pharos. Yeah, so we'll be running slightly slower dungeons, but this will be helping out another party member. When's your birthday, Hawk? You were born in 2000? Little bunch of little babbies. Little babbies. I was born in the last millennia. Hey, Bison X, how you doing? Anybody else excited for the end of August? I know I am. Because it has been way too fucking hot. Like, oh my sweet God, has it been hot. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Like, I think we're done with the 100s now. I think. Maybe. And it is just, it's awful. The whole thing's awful. You can't wait for next month, and that's because your birthday? Hey, that's fine. I'm glad you're excited for your birthday. It always makes me, like, I totally get it. You know, I'm not judging anybody, not saying anything bad about anyone by any means of the imagination. I totally get it. But it always makes me really sad when let's see. Yes, yep, so that Mahatma's done. Wow, that is so fast. Where's my Mahatma bro? There he is. Okay, so now I can get the Mahatma of the Bull. A crystal said to awaken a sense of possession within souls. How many pharaohs you need for tails? September 9th? Very cool, very cool. You get dinner and gifts because you're a materialistic bitch? Listen. I am, admittedly, I am someone that tends to much prefer giving gifts as opposed to receiving gifts. However, the thing I get most excited for on my birthday is food. Is that I'm gonna get the food that I want a bunch. And just like full, like I get spoiled. I get the cake I want. I get all the shit that I want. And my family has some pretty hilarious like rules, so to speak, when it comes to like birthday things. As far as like, oh, who's allowed to, like, if it's your birthday and we make you like a particular dinner or a particular cake, the rules are that you have to be the person to finish it off. So you always get the last bit of your cake, you always get the last bit of whatever the dinner is, stuff like that. And for us, it's usually a bit of a mix of, like, you can either go out for your dinner or someone can, like, cook your favorite thing or whatever. Generally speaking, I don't go out. I much prefer to have homemade food of just my favorite kind. Instead of having to deal with, like, going out and, in my opinion, wasting a bunch of money, because inevitably my folks would end up paying for it and feeding, you know, a ridiculous number of people. I get far more excited at the aspect of, like, having my favorite home-cooked meal made, for instance. So, like, I usually really enjoy having my favorite dish, which is called chicken vermicelli. But, like, you know, I might, like, do my... So, my mother, her chicken pot pie is to fucking die for. So sometimes I ask for that. My dad makes the best fried chicken I've ever had in my life, and he refuses to make it anymore. He doesn't like to make fried chicken anymore because he's gotten older. And it's a pain in the ass for him to make. You know, it has, like, really long cleanup and everything. But, don't blow up. Okay. What do y'all like to do for your birthdays? You haven't had chicken vermicelli before? It's fucking delicious, dude. It's really easy to make, too. Like, it's not hard. You literally take... So, the way I do it, the way I recommend doing it, is you take a bunch of chicken. So, I usually recommend 2 to 3 chicken breasts. At least... I like to do at least 3 chicken breasts. But you could also just do a whole chicken. So, just, like, take a whole chicken. But I recommend boiling it in a pot where you do, like, 50% water, 50% chicken stock. And, you know, you want to make sure that you salt the living fuck out of that chicken before you put it in the, pulses gently. What is pulses gently? Oh no, we got a gentle for that? How did we get gentle for that? Oh. Yeah, I think we should just spam ARM just to get it over with. Sorry, Kagura. Me and Alex can't handle. That's unfortunate. It's stupid that they did that. Okay, well. Anyway. But so, anyway, so you take a pot, half water, half chicken stock is my recommendation. Doesn't hurt to throw a hefty amount of salt in there, but I just recommend salting the living fuck out of the chicken, both sides of it, of, like, the chicken breast before you throw them in. Once you put in the chicken breasts, you start that on a boil, and then you turn your attention to to the next bits, which is that you're going to take an onion and a bell pepper. So a whole onion, a whole bell pepper, dice them up. I like to dice them up really, really fine. And you're gonna saute those in like butter or whatever your preference is to saute in. I do butter. And then you're gonna mix together cream of chicken, cream of mushroom, your sauteed bell pepper, your sauteed onion, red pimentos, and then I feel like I'm forgetting something. Red pimentos, bell pepper, onion that have been sauteed, cream of chicken, cream of mushroom. No, that's everything. And then by then your chicken should be done boiling. So then you're gonna take the chicken out. Don't dump the pot though. Don't dump it. Leave it. Just take the chicken out, slice it up into, you know, nice little cubes or chunks or whatever. Toss that in the mixture. Mix that up really, really good. I also recommend taking a ladle and ladling like maybe 1 or 2 generous helpings of your stock that you've made, that you boiled the chicken in, also into the mixture, just to add some extra moisture and stuff. Oh, nice. We got the Mahatma of the Bull through that, so that's really good. That's 2 Mahatma down, 10 to go. Once you've done that, a crystal said to awaken a sense of cogitation. Once you've done that part, I recommend taking the noodles that you have and putting that into the same pot without dumping anything out, putting that into the same exact pot that you used for boiling your chicken, with all of the stock and everything still in it, all the salt and everything still in it. So you don't need to add anything other than your noodles. I recommend using, you can either, it's obviously called chicken vermicelli because you can use vermicelli noodles. I tend to prefer my noodles thinner, so I either use vermicelli noodles or I use like thin spaghetti noodles. After that, you wait until the noodles are, you know, done properly. And once they're done, you are all good to mix it all together into a big pan. And then what you do is you layer it out, make sure the noodles and all the mixture is all mixed together real good. And then you're going to oh my god, you're gonna shred I would say like a just like a normal block of sharp cheddar cheese on top. If you want it to be like super duper decadent, you can do like a big block of cheese or like 2 of the little blocks, but 1 little block is enough to just give it like a really light covering. That's chicken vermicelli. It's fucking delicious. I highly recommend it. I find it is best eaten with like a nice side of like green peas or broccoli. And it is, oh man, it is divine. Minutes. That was slow for us. Normally we're like 150. Rice paper noodles. Those sound interesting. What are rice paper noodles? Hawk, I think he was just joking. Hawk, I think he was just doing what I would do in that circumstance. I think he was just goofing. Listen, if y'all want to like shout to the dark gods or the heavens when you slam your banhammer onto bots, I go for it. If you're murdering bots that have come here to you know, fuck with the chat, feel free to exult in their death and their destruction. I encourage it. Enjoy thyselves. Are there any famous cooks in Warhammer lore? Yes. They very rarely get any, like, mentions, because it's kind of one of those things where, because it's a battle game, you don't tend to hear a lot about characters that aren't relevant to it. But it also, the term cook is also, how do I say this? The term cook is a bit loose in Warhammer because it can refer to a lot of things, in that sometimes it'll refer to, like, oh, there are halfling chefs, and the halflings are exceptionally skilled chefs that know how to do a lot of really cool cooking and stuff like that. Sometimes, though, it can also refer to things like slaughter masters. Like, Scrag the Slaughterer could very debatably be considered a master cook, even though Scrag is all about chopping up people and other things, and, you know, ripping them apart to exalt for the Great Maw, which is a little more distressing. God damn it. Fuck off. All right, next up is the crab. A crystal said to awaken a sense of commiseration. Commiseration. Yeah, commiseration. The step is so much faster than, like, the last 4 or 5 steps. Ah. Good to know. Yeah, that being said, that'd be a really good question for Andy, because Andy would know some off the top of his head. But there are famous elf cooks, there are famous dwarf brewmasters, there are famous halfling chefs. Halfling chefs can actually be a little terrifying, because halflings are more like ogres than you might expect, in that they are far more open to what we humans might consider distressing ingredients than you may expect. For instance, there is a halfling chef that you can, there's a halfling cookbook you can encounter if you're playing through Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition. That contains notes on how to cook human. So how to properly cook and prepare human flesh. Which obviously humans get a little like, about, and the halfling's like, well, I'm not human, so like, what's the problem? As long as it's prepared well, why do you care what it's made of? Silly humans with their ridiculous reservations. Do elves eat meat in Warhammer? Yeah, a lot of them do. Not all. You know, there are some elves that would be vegetarian. But, a good number of them would, or eat meat. Eating meat is very normal for elves. The one in Lawhammer, She can find the book, yes. Because that character is not a Lawhammer character. That halfling is just a part of the enemy within. And when you meet her, you have to keep in mind that she has been serving beastmen for a hot minute. And like a group of like chaos baddies who have no problem with eating human flesh. So she has been working with human flesh as a as an ingredient. Is eating other halflings taboo? I honestly don't think I don't think it would be. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think cannibalism would be seen as a massive deal in halfling culture, but I don't recall ever seeing it written anywhere. Just because halflings don't get a lot of attention. I don't think it would though. Halfling culture and ogre culture tends to have a lot of overlaps. So I would not be surprised if halflings did not consider it to be a great taboo. Though I would think that because halflings have a much more family-oriented culture than ogres do, I imagine for halflings there would be a whole thing about how appropriate or inappropriate it is to like kill someone to eat them. I think halflings would frown on that. Halflings don't have a culture of violence like ogres do. They just have a different focus. All right, we got the crab. We got the crabbo for the stabbo. Are you always meant to get a barge in the enemy within? Yes, if you play through it the normal way. The lion. The crystal said to awaken a sense of volition within souls. All right, we're about halfway done. And then it's Hildebrand time. Do lizardmen cannibalize? Yes, they do. It is rare. Like they don't do it unless there's no other option. They would much rather eat other things, but lizardmen will eat other lizardmen if there's no other option or if something is wrong with those lizardmen. So like in the Dragon Isles, over south of the Darklands, the Saurus there, all the lizardmen there have degraded significantly because there's no Slawn to kind of like keep them in check. And all of the other like artifices of the old ones have sort of just fallen into disrepair. So the lizardmen that live there have degraded into a much more bestial state. And this has resulted in things like skinks are very rarely found in the Dragon Isle, because oftentimes what happens is that the skinks spawn and then they're killed and eaten by Saurus. The wild Saurus there. But that being said, Saurus are very lizardmen are very, very, very ruthlessly practical. And wouldn't see any issues with cannibalism if needs be. But it's definitely not their preference. The preferred meats for lizardmen are like creatures they hunt. And despite the fact that the lizardmen are fairly practical creatures, they do have a very strong sense of... Culturally, they have a very strong sense of respect and veneration. So, like, when they're dealing with say, a notable other lizardmen that have died, they would not eat them unless things are really, 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 really desperate. They would instead want to, they would instead be far more interested in, you know, mummifying them, taking their remains to the appropriate places, you know, reclaiming various bits of import, things like that. Or if they're a particularly notable character, they might use parts of their bodies to create important relics or artifacts, stuff like that. You know, a good example is there was a very nastily powerful Saurus. I want to say he was a first generation Saurus. I can't remember exactly, but he's a really, really old Saurus named Kygor. And Kygor was exceptionally large for a Saurus and had a very strong affinity with the beasts of the jungle. He was very heavily blessed by Itzel. And when he died, the lizardmen took his... I don't remember what part of him it was. If it was his crest. They took some part of his bones and they made a horn out of it. And it's called the Sacred Horn of Kygor. Which when you blow on it, it recreates the roar that he had in life. And it causes, like, the various jungle critters to go, like, rah, and get into a bit of a frenzy. Would what else be herbivores or carnivores? Omnivores. Because hunting is a notable part of Azrai culture. To hunt is to honor Kurnos, the god of the hunt. A crystal said to awaken a sense of interpretation within the souls. Nice. So, like, there's a whole thing within Wood Elf culture about when it's appropriate to hunt, how it's appropriate to hunt, and when you hunt something, you are expected to give something back in return, and you're also expected to use all of what you've killed, not to waste anything. So not only are you supposed to use every single little bit, piece, whatever, of the creature that you've hunted and killed, but oftentimes you will need to, like, slice open your hand or something and make an offering of blood onto the roots of the forest of Athaloran to give something back. And it's also expected that when the day comes that you die, your body will be given to the forest to feast upon. So your body will be offered up to Athaloran itself, where the trees and the beasts will feed on your flesh and eat your body as you once consumed from the forest itself, because you are part of the cycle. So they're not, you know, they are not, they don't have the issue of, like, oh, we can't eat animals because we're hippies. No, they're far more practical. They're far more in tune with their surroundings than that. There's an official Final Fantasy XIV cookbook. Oh, that's really cool. It's made for the point of view of a Mughal gourmand. I would love, like, an official halfling cookbook from, like, Cubicle 7. Like, getting an actual chef to, like, be, like, the main writer or editor for it, to help them come up with, like, actual recipes that emulate different parts of the Warhammer world. That'd be really fun. Making progress. You should write a cookbook. That would be a really fun thing to do. I would have to like actually sit down and do a bunch of research, and I would also want to like, if I were ever going to do something like that, I would want to talk with Andy about it. I would also want to make sure I had a proper understanding about mostly a lot of different like types of meat and the and like how that could be extrapolated into the Warhammer world. I mean, just thinking about like what would be like the texture and the uses for like squigs, right? Which could also then be used theoretically for greenskins of like this really. That being said, actually, now that I think about it, that being said, if you go read the Imperial Zoo book by Cubicle 7, there actually is a fair amount of notes in the Imperial Zoo book, which is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition. There's actually a decent number of notes in the Imperial Zoo about how to, what are the cooking properties of various monsters that you can hunt and kill in that book. So like it tells you how you can use I'm trying to remember what all creatures are in that book. Like, I think it's got like, oh man, it's been a while since I've read it, but it's got a lot of really fun things in there that give you like little tidbits about how you could use certain kinds of creatures, and like what their what you could use their various like bits for, cooking wise. Which is fun. Sean Schultz, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. It means a lot. 6 remaining. We're halfway done. A crystal said to awaken a sense of juxtaposition within the souls. The Mahatma of Scales. Halfway. Do you think we might see some of the old models in Total War? Any tinfoil ideas on regiments for now? So, it's interesting you say that. Of that, if you want to get really technical, we have seen Creative Assembly use something that came back for the old world as like a special release that's not like part of the book, but it just came out for funsies, which was Prince Ulther's Dragon Company or whatever they're called. So that is like a really, really hideous set of minis that came out, I want to say in like first edition, second, somewhere between first and third edition. They're super old, like back from the 1980s. And they released, they re-released them for the old world release. And to go along with this, seemingly aware that they were going to do that, Creative Assembly brought back Prince Ulther's company as a regiment of renown for the dwarves, where they are the regiment of renown for the Grudgemaker guns, which is super interesting because I would suspect that there was a discussion there, because that is not something CA would have come up with on their own. They just wouldn't have. Like I find it impossible to believe that CA was like, oh, let's bring back Prince Ulther from like the ancient primordial times. I think Games Workshop, like when they were like, hey, we need regiments around for this, Games Workshop was like, oh yeah, this would be cool. So I do think that GW actively, I think GW very actively encourage that. Which means that I think GW is recommending ideas to them occasionally when it comes to those regiments of renown. Which is exciting. Like, I'm totally cool for that. So you may see a lot of those older minis, a lot of those older little references represented in game as regiments of renown. As far as, do I think Games Workshop is gonna let CA use like older stuff? I think it's quite possible. I have no idea what the relationship right now is between the old world and Total War Warhammer, because those, by all rights, should be the exact same thing, right? Like, okay, there are certain characters maybe that are exclusive because they're just not relevant to the old war, or they're just not relevant to Total War Warhammer, simply because there's like a new character, or there's a more modern character who like has overlap, right? So like doing King Lewin Orcslayer would not really make sense when we have King Lewin Leyenkur. Like, we just don't need both of them. They do the exact same thing. Same thing for, you don't need an Emperor Magnus when you have Emperor Karl Franz, right? You don't need Azavar Kul when you've got Archaon the Evertism. That being said, I do think it would be very fine and appropriate to have like, oh, we've got these new units for the old world. Well, if we're gonna do like a DLC for that faction, and we need to add more stuff to it, you know, could we use old world stuff? You know, could we use the Bone Dragon for the Tomb King Acropolis Dragon, whatever the fuck it's called, for the Tomb Kings? I think that would be perfectly fine. I think that would make complete sense, and would make Tomb Kings and High Lich Priests especially, would be made much more exciting by that. The Mahatma of the Scorpion, a crystal said to awaken a sense of aspiration. You know, like Knights of the Realm on foot. Sure, great. I mean, those are basically just foot squires, but yeah, sure, great. I think Knights of the Realm on foot would be fine. You know, all that stuff. So yeah, I don't, the only thing is I have no idea how Games Workshop currently feels about it. Because GW has not yet been put on the spot in regards to Total War. Like, we know Games Workshop has been pretty resistant to end times stuff showing up in Total War. They've been resistant to that, and we know that, or that might actually be more from CA side, but somebody has been resistant to that relationship. And then we also know that Age of Sigmar is just not playing nice with Total War now because of the bullshit, stupid, fucking garbage fighting between the Age of Sigmar studio and the Old World studio. My hope is that at the very least, this means that the Old World studio is very pro Total War and will be eager to have whatever they can show up in Total War. You know, like, when it comes, like, when you ask about old models, I think like, oh, like the dwarf beer pony or the beer cart, where it's literally like a dwarf sitting on a little wagon cart thing, and he's pulling around. It's pulled by a pony, and it's got like a big old keg of dwarf beer on the back. I think that would be perfectly fine for Total War. If you make it like the Grail Relique, where it's like a really cool support model that has absolute shit combat stats. You know, it's like, oh, no, it's not supposed to be good at combat. It's supposed to be a really cool support piece. I think that would be totally fine. But it's just kind of a matter of you know, how that feels. Black Wolf, hello. I'm having a pretty good night. How are you doing? Ratwood, good to see you. Scion, thank you so much for the super chat. Unrelated, but something I always found stupid is that Poison Ivy from DC Comics is a vegan when, from her lore, by all logic from her lore, she should be a pure carnivore. That's an interesting point. I would... Huh, yeah, that is kind of interesting. Yeah, I feel like that is true. I am inclined to agree that would make more sense for her to not want to eat plants under any circumstances, because that would result in killing said plants, which is like her whole thing, is that she's anti that. I guess it would depend on like how intense you think she takes the idea of like not supporting the meat industry. Like, that's the only way I can see that being argued from DC's perspective, is that she's so anti-meat industry because of like the damage it causes to like the environment, that she's like, no, I'm gonna eat vegan because that's more sustainable or whatever. In which case I'd be like, oh, okay, I can see that. Like, I guess it depends on how deep she thinks about it. Plus, she would be able to eat plants. She would be able to eat a lot of things like fruit, for instance. Like most fruits, the vast majority of fruits, if not all of them, you know, don't require the plant to die. You just naturally pull that part off. So, I don't know. It's interesting to think about, though. Mahatma of the Archer. A crystal said to awaken a sense of perception. All right, we got 4 more of these. 8 more Arum Veils, and we're done. And then it's Hildebrand time. Or wait, no, we gotta do whatever the event going on right now is. Then it'll be Hildebrand time. And then after Hildebrand, we'll do dailies. And then after we do dailies, we'll do main story quest. I'm so glad my internet's fixed. It's been a very frustrating week. Just cause like it was just dying, dude. Poor thing was just it was just like struggling to survive. Like it would be on for like maybe 30 minutes and it would shut off, and then it'd be on for like 20 minutes and it'd shut off, and then it'd shut off for like 2 hours and then turn back on and be fine for 3 hours and then it'd shut off. So I got all the like the hardware, like the actual boxes and everything. I got everything replaced because it turned out that the ones we had were not only old but had just been installed really poorly. And the guy, the technician that we got this time was like really fucking kick-ass. Like he was super duper 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 skilled. So it was nice to get like a guy who cared about what he was doing and did a really good job. Okay, we're gonna take a very quick break from that just because Alex has to give us some meds to her cat, so we're gonna let her do that for a minute. While she's doing that, I'm gonna repair my gear because my gear is breaking. Silent, thank you for the super chat. I feel DC could do a really dark horror themed run on Poison Ivy where she kills and eats people, then kills more to use as fertilizer. Yeah, that would be pretty fucking dark. That would be pretty cool. Also, oh, I got a brand new chair. I don't know if y'all can tell. My posture is much better in this chair because I got a brand new one. It is very nice. It's a very nice new chair. It's got really nice like lower back support, and it feels good. Now, my old one wasn't bad, but I had an opportunity to get this very cheaply, and it was like, oh, all right. Oh, good to go. Okay, that was very quick. That being said, I need to get caught up with, like, I don't know if y'all have been watching, any of y'all have been like checking out the DC animated stuff, but DC has like a really strong set of animated movies. Like their animated movies that have been coming out in recent years are actually really good. And they just put out a new one that has to do with Flashpoint. I'm not exactly sure what all it's about. All I know is that apparently it heavily features the Flash and it heavily features Constantine. And I've seen like a couple of short clips. It's like, oh, this looks pretty good. A lot of the DC animated films are actually really fun. I need to make time to watch that at some point soon. But I mean, DC has almost always had really strong cartoons. Their cartoons are fucking incredible most of the time. I mean, the original OG Superman show and Batman show are fucking like from the 90s are like god tier. And Justice League, god tier. They may struggle like fucking ridiculously when it comes to live action, but when it comes to animated shit, they know what they're about. It tells you have 9 activities you do to fill in a bingo sheet. What the fuck? Three remaining. Mahatma. Oh. Mahatma of the Goat. A crystal said to awaken a sense of causation. Some of the things that these apparently give you are very bizarre. Hey, Krimlo, what's up? You enjoying all your little fish attendants, your fish slaves? Batman Beyond fucking ace. I wish Batman Beyond had gotten a better final season. It was a shame the way it didn't end as well as I would have liked, because it had a number of like unresolved plot threads at the end. Like they never really finished the storyline with Blight. It would have been nice to see that brought to like an actual conclusion. I mean, it was essentially concluded, but it would have been nice to have something a little more oomph at the end. That being said, like even nowadays, Batman has some pretty goated cartoons. Like Batman Brave and the Bold, S tier, fucking amazing show, super good. Tales is a book you get in Heavensward content to try and get people to do old content. I was set up to get 2 decent lines on bingo, but I only got 1. Rip. The Superman anime? Are you talking about the one that's going on right now? Where it's like Superman and Lois got remade into like a super sexy tomboy type character? Like really sexy tomboy? Or are you talking about a different show? Got like five more. 5 more Aurum Veils, and then we just gotta turn the quest in and we're done with that. And then it's Hildebrand. You dislike most anime? I feel like if you dislike most anime, that means you haven't watched enough different types of anime. Because anime is not really a genre, it's just a medium that has like countless genres within it. Like there's something out there you're gonna love. Because it gets wild. You just need to expand your horizons a little better. I've been meaning to sit down and watch some new shows. Whatever the anime block on Cartoon Network is. I thought Cartoon Network died. Toonami? Is Toonami still around? I don't watch TV anymore, so. My problem is I don't even know where to watch anime anymore. Like, I don't know if I should just do fucking Crunchyroll or if there's a better place to watch it. I need to figure that out at some point because I would like to watch a number of shows. I need to get caught up. Yeah, Delicious in Dungeon looks amazing. I've got a friend that really wants me to watch, oh god, I don't remember the name of it. Just pirate anime? I don't know how to do that though. I'm stupid. I don't know, and it scares me because I don't know what I'm doing. Mahatma the Water Bearer. A crystal said to awaken a sense of recognition within souls. Plus, I know it kind of makes me sound like a dumbass, but like, I generally prefer to pay for things that I enjoy because like, it is my hope that it will like support the creator. I generally try really hard not to pirate things. Like I only pirate as an absolute last resort. I need to ask I have a friend group that's like, they're super hardcore weebs. I need to just ask them what they're using. You know, it's like a lot of people for YouTube are like, oh, I just use ad blockers. I don't. I will never use an ad blocker because I am a YouTuber and I understand how much it sucks that everybody uses ad blockers. I pay for YouTube Premium, not because I could use ad blocker on YouTube. I just don't as a matter of principle because it's like I understand. I understand. I'm not gonna judge anybody that uses ad blocker. I just won't, because I feel like if you're a content creator, I feel like if you create content, you should you should not use that. I heard a bunch though. I heard like a shitload of the anime sites, like the places people would go to watch anime for free. I heard a bunch of them just got taken down like over the last few days. Like a ton of them just got killed off. From what I understand. Three more. Well, I know there's always more. I mean, it's a fucking Hydra. You cut off its head and two more spread up in its place. But I heard that apparently, like, a lot of really, really famous ones just got killed. What I would want to know, though, is I would want to know, like, how much of, like, Crunchyroll's income goes back to the creators and how much of it they keep from themselves, because I imagine they keep the vast majority of it for themselves. Because, like, sometimes you're like, oh, I want to support the creator, and then you actually look into it and you're like, oh, the creator makes, like, fucking pennies out of this. Like, it's not even worth it. One Piece? I tried watching One Piece. I enjoyed it, but I got into the slog part and I was like, I'm not willing to put myself through this. Like, there are other things I could do with my life. I feel like One Piece is definitely one of those shows that would benefit from a very strong abridged version. Or like a re-release that just cuts out all the garbage. Well, I think I've heard they're doing. Aren't they remaking like a lot of the early parts of One Piece to like make it a more streamlined experience? Because from what I've heard, like the beginning is pretty strong, but then it's like once you get past the beginning, like it's a slog until you get to like episode 800. And I hear episode like 800-ish is when it picks up again. The last one, Mahatma of the Fish. Awaken a sense of conviction. 2 more. Buy the mangas. I don't like manga though. Like I don't it's weird. I prefer books, but mangas I just don't like them. I don't know what it is about it. It's just not a medium I enjoy. The only time in my life I ever read a manga was I was watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which I already loved the original. I already loved the 2003 anime, So when they started Brotherhood, I was losing my fucking mind because it was an even better story. It is better, but it was very different as well. And I was like eating it up. And I think I got to like the third to last. I don't remember where I was in the anime, but the show caught up to the manga really, really fast. Because like the Brotherhood show, they were really aggressive with the production schedule. So despite the fact that the manga was like almost over, the show actually managed to like almost catch it. And so there reached a point where I heard that the last couple of chapters were coming out, like the finale of the show. And so I was like, oh well, I gotta. So I actually like got the last. I don't remember how many of the last chapters it was, but I read the last few chapters because I was so desperate to know what was gonna happen, and I was like, I can't wait, I gotta know. And oh my god, it was amazing. Oh my god, it was amazing. Hot take: Full Metal Alchemist 2003 handled the early season better. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's just a fact. Brotherhood was a really, really good anime, but it suffered immensely. And like the reason it's not perfect, because it's not. The big reason it's not perfect is that the Brotherhood assumes that you, the watcher, have already seen the 2003 show. Which is why whenever someone's like, oh, I'm gonna watch Full Metal Alchemist, I always tell them, watch 2003 first, then watch Brotherhood. Or at least watch like the first half of 2003 and then watch Brotherhood. Because the really sad aspect of it was that they left out a lot of really important shit. And they also rushed the pacing so hard. Like, I think they wrap up Nina's entire arc, like the first major arc of Full Metal Alchemist. I think they wrap it up in like 4 or 5 episodes in Brotherhood, whereas in 2003 it took like 15 or something like that. Like, it took way longer, so it had a lot more time to like mature and marinate and really let you like really get into it before, you know, all the shit hits the fan. Like Brotherhood, everything that happens with Nina and Hughes is, and the church, the opening set of episodes for the church is really, really rushed in Brotherhood. Like they just fly through it, which sucks. Because those are really, really important. The thing that makes it super duper weird is that if you watch 2003, those episodes translate effortlessly to Brotherhood. Like I think if someone sat down and made like an episode guide, they could probably make it where you watch the 2003 show. Zodiac weapon complete! Oh my god! It's happening! It's happening! Alright, so now we have to go talk to Boss Man in North Shroud. What? Ah! I teleported. Oh, I have mail. Sotek told me to... Dear Dalkarius, Sotek told me to send you spiders. We didn't use those exact words. He just said, scream! But I feel like this is what he meant. What? Thank you, Crimlo, for the 95... You just, someone sends you a letter and you're like, oh, what's this? And you open the package and just 95 spiders come exploding out of it. You're just like, oh god! That's funny. Alright, let's go finish this and we'll take care of the other stuff. You only saw a 2003 version? 2003 it's very different. I don't like saying that it's a worse story than Brotherhood. Brotherhood has a much better ending, and it's much more of like an epic story that I think it does a better job of communicating what the author wanted. But it suffers in other ways. In that you like the overall story, you know. Wait, what do I... Zodiac Weapon Awakening. Does sentience stir now within your Zodiac weapon? The time is nigh to end its dreaming. Awaken Longinus! Upon awakening, your Zodiac weapon will truly be the finest arm and fiercest ally in all the realm. If you are firm in your purpose, let us begin. Oh! I confess, my friend, I have waited your return most eagerly. Even holding your weapon in my hands, I can sense the soul within pulses more strongly than ever before. If I heard all that rightly, Dalcarius, your weapon's ready and rearing to wake up. Mean it's time for the grand finale, eh, Jelzen? I'm unclear on to what part I must play, Geralt. I have made ready my alchemical supplies for the occasion, but I do not know what you would have me concoct, nor, for that matter, why. Oh, right. Well, you remember the Book of Netherdark? Though there's precious few what have ever heard of it, 'tis a fact that its pages hold the last truth of the Zodiac weapons. Truth? What do you mean? In ages past, terrible demons known by the name Zodiac would appear in our world. But when they did, a hero wielding a shining weapon would arise to strike the fiends down. Do you know that particular tale? There are few who know it better. You speak of the Song of the Zodiac Braves. I began my research precisely because I thought its accounts of the legendary weapons held a grain of truth. Aye, but did you know the weapons weren't wreathed in light when the Braves slew the fiends? Aye, it wasn't until those arms tasted the demon's blood that sentience blossomed within them. And they burst forth in a brilliant halo. 'Tis how the Zodiac weapons were truly born. That bit of the tale got lost as it was handed down through the ages. Ah, very good, Geralt, very good indeed. We have no demon's blood to awaken Dalcarius' arm, but we can mimic it with a quasi-soul potion thick with ether. You're a quick-witted one, make no mistake. Well, now we're all caught up, let's give it a try. Awaken! There, that ought to be a thick enough coat of my demon's blood potion. The rest I shall leave to you, Geralt. Seeing as there ain't any demons or the Zodiac around to fight, I'll just have to mimic the battle with the flames of me forge and the pounding of me hammer. Now let's perfect the old relic with what we began with so long ago. Woof. Hey, Evan, how you doing? The weapons responded to me touch like a wonder. I can feel the soul inside trembling like it's aching to wake up, so let's give it what it wants. He's so casual about hammering. We've done it! Recreated a legendary arm exactly as it was, sense of self and all. Ye gods! Come, Dalcarius, take up your weapon. Woohoo! It reminds me a lot of a Daedric weapon. They look so stupid like that. Behold, the legend made manifest in all its glory. None but the realm's most valiant adventurer, her most masterful blacksmith, and her most accomplished alchemist could have recreated this true heir to the weapons of yore. Nay, here we have forged a new legend, a weapon beyond all compare. The edges will echo with its name, the Longinus Zeta. Oh my god, it's done. It's finally done! The letter Z achievement. Oh, there's one last quest. My dear, dear boy, thanks to you, I've developed my soul infusion methodology and seen a legendary arm reborn in all its glory. For all this and more, you have my eternal gratitude. I had devoted my life to just these two goals, yet neither could I have accomplished alone. Though I risked life and limb, verily 'twas right I should come to Eorzea. One matter puzzles me still, however. Why was the Book of Netherdark, a priceless resource, never completed nor circulated? If I have learned anything by now, 'tis that Geralt can shed some light on the matter. Come, my friend, let us make one last journey across the village green, for the sake of knowledge itself. You can buy replicas of the previous versions at your leisure for glamour, and you'd also attain the most amazing and powerful title of Z, the only single level title in the game. Nice. What total Warhammer campaign am I playing at the moment? On stream, Dark Elves. In my personal time, I just finished playing a Cathay campaign. Might be as I had one too many last night, but aren't we done with the Zodiac weapons? Why is it you keep hounding me like a pair of bloody debt collectors? We have merely come with a question about the Book of Netherdark, Geralt. Where did you lay your hands upon this unfinished tome, pray tell? Eh? Well, Rowena's place, of course. I came across it while I was picking up the rest of the Trials of the Braves. Rowena said she'd only sell the tome to a collector who would pay a king's ransom for it. Till I threatened to wed her again, that is. Well, you can bet she handed it over in a hurry after that. Is that so? I love that Rowena and Geralt are angry divorcees. Anyway, there's prints aplenty of the Trials, but I heard nothing about another copy of the Book of Netherdark. Like as not, that's why you never saw it in the Radzatan. See, the Trials is a load of scattered tales about the ancient heroes gathered and bound up in a book. This admires a work of fancy just as much as a account of the ancients. But this Book of the Netherdark, well, it's just raw facts. Seems like it were added to the set after everything else, and you can tell that no editor's pen ever touched it. It's really just a treatise on the Zodiac Braves. So we owe our gratitude to a scholar. Was there aught by which to identify the author? I would remember him, and so learn by his example. Hells, Jelson. I don't... Well, now that you mention it, there is a name written here. Looks like... Othalam. Othalam, you say? He was the father of my line. An artisan famed for his pursuit of knowledge. Well, I'll be thrice damned. If the man's your ancestor, might it be as you'd like to hear what I found scrawled at the back of the book? Just a moment. After years of careful study, I come to realize that I, Othalam, cannot recreate an arm of the Zodiac Braves. I record mine own findings here, that men with like ambition may follow in my footsteps. To the one who succeeds in bringing forth a weapon of the ancient heroes, I leave my eternal admiration and the title of Star Forger, Bringer of Radiance. Gods be good! Though I knew it not, I have dreamed the same dream as my forefather. Everything, from my encounter with the tales of the Braves to my choice of studies, must have been written in the stars. In sooth, 'twas right that I journeyed countless malms and weathered stormy seas to come to Eorzea. Hearken to me, spirit of Othalam. Rest well, knowing that I, Jalzin, accept the title of Star Forger from you. Oi, hold on for one sudden second. Might be as you're the one that came up with the tale of the legendary weapons, but who was it that made the bloody thing? Me, that's who. And who was it that found the Book of the Netherdark? Poor old unthanked Gerald. The title is mine, fair and square, even if there ain't a single gil in it. Gil? The title cannot be measured, not even in gold, sir. 'Tis a priceless honor granted by my ancestor to the one who fulfilled his dream. Me. The title is mine by blood and merit both. Like hell it is. Do you know what a smithy does? We work a bit of our soul into each blade and kettle we forge. I've sacrificed a good slice of my own bleeding life to the Zodiac weapon, and I'm just about to let you just walk away with the title. You insolent cur! I thought you were but rough around the edges, but I know now that I was right about you from the start. You're the greatest boor in all the lands. Bah, you bleeding coot, you're just stubborn in your old age. The title should go to someone that's got a future, and if you can't see that, then you're the biggest arse around. What the hell's that? It's a stupid quest. That encounter has quite sapped my strength, though not as much as my sense of outrage. I can scarce believe the boar would not yield so much as an ilm. I simply cannot abide the thought of Geralt taking that title. I thought to journey homewards, but I now see I must stay and make him listen to reason. There are far worse places to call home than Hristmill, I suppose, and I have, after all, developed a taste for Eorzean cuisine. Of course, my continued tenure here would be all the better if you visited now and again. I should like to learn of your adventures, and would be happy to enhance your arm through the power of materia. Now, Dalkarius, go forth with your Zodiac weapon, and with it create your own legends. Alright. Zodiac weapons! The saga ends! How do you have another quest, dude? Ultimate Kettle Nexus? Oh, it gives you a piece of furniture. Curse that drunken boor of a man! How am I to reclaim my title if... Oh, Dalkarius, pray forgive my grumblings. As you no doubt remember, Geralt stubbornly refuses to relinquish the title of Starforger, and we have been at odds ever since the completion of your Zodiac weapon Zeta. I will not deny he's a talented blacksmith, but I am of the Otholum line. My forefather penned the Book of Netherdark, whose pages reveal the truth of the Zodiac weapons. Who was he to deny my birthright? Now he insists that everyone refer to him as Geralt the Starforger more often than not, too deep in his cups to be reasoned with. Not drowning in ale, he drowns out the world with his hammer, pounding away in his god's-forsaken kettles. Should anyone do so much as whisper in his general vicinity, he shouts and bawls like an overtired toddler. I realize he has a singular fixation with his crafting, but something is different this time. At this rate, I will never reclaim my family's legacy. Unless perhaps you spoke to him in my stead. I know of no other for whom he would halt his hammering, let alone listen to them having done so. Please, Dalkarius, see if you could talk some sense into him. Alright, alright. I would like to be done with this. Maybe this spell could do with being a bit more... Oh, it's you. Whatever it is, you can take it up with drink over there. The kettle's not going to make itself. The daft sod's still chuntering on about who gets to call himself the bloody Starforger, is he? Well, tell him to shut his gob, because it's me, end of story. Got more important things to worry about, like this kettle here. It's my ticket to freedom and a fresh start down at the pub. When I've finished, it'll be the bloody finest kettle in all of Eorzea, and I've got a customer what'll pay a sultana's bleeding ransom for it, too. It'll be just like the good old days, you wait and see. Folk will come crawling to have work done by your old maid Geralt. Come to think of it, since you're here and all, there's a few things I need if you're feeling helpful. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can get about getting rid of Julzan. Before you say no, just remember who made that precious Zodiac weapon of yours, because it didn't make it bleeding south. Well, what do you say? I knew I could count on ye. The thing's pretty much done to tell the truth, but it needs something extra. A shine will make him forget it's only a tool for boiling water. Seeing you here actually gave me an idea. Remember them pieces of alexandrite we used for your zodiac weapon? Stuff looks stunning when light hits it the right way, like moonlight glinting off the lip of a grog bottle. Might be as I could use it to give this kettle a nice sheen. Should be easy to round up a few for someone like you. Bring me, say, 50 pieces of alexandrite, and I should have enough for a nice even coat. I'm counting on you, Dacarius. Haha, yeah, I'm not doing that anytime soon. That'll be something that happens in a very, very distant future. Very distant future. Oh, you know what, real quick. I just want to see. Oh my god, it's finally done. Oh, the glow is actually kind of sexy, where it's like purple and black. But now I can wear my best gear. Oh, that's hilarious. The Longinus is actually now better than my Dreadworm. That's actually funny. Okay. Where was that? Oh, teleport offer. Hooray! Oh my god, it's done. It's fucking done. All right, where am I going? Seasonal event is upstairs. Okay. The music's different up here. This is ominous. This is the Wandering Minstrel. Rising to the call. Greetings, friend. By your dauntless bearing, I assume you are an adventurer, and come at precisely the moment I find myself in need of an adventurer's aid. Might I beg yours? My thanks. The matter is this. I've been approached by a lady named Ayoyo who wishes to imprint her own inimitable mark upon the skies above Limsa Lomensa. I speak, of course, of the fireworks that illuminating these rising nights. Learning of my contribution to the previous year's festivities, she has enlisted me to her cause. We already have the ear of the organizing committee. However, Lady Ayoyo has expressed a strong desire to consult with the storied adventurer before finalizing her proposal. Come to the Yellow Jackets guardhouse at the base of the Coral Tower and I will introduce you. It's so eerie up here. The Wandering Minstrel... Oh, represents Yoshi P. Oh, that's cool. Man, we look good. We look good. There you are. Lady Ayoyo, one storied adventurer as promised. Boom, boom. Blessings of the 12 upon ye. Name's Ayoyo, Cannoneer first class with the Yellow Jackets. It's an honor to have ye on board. Did I mention that it is the Yellow Jackets who are in charge of this year's festivities? not only in decorating of these fair Lominsan streets, but in designing and constructing the fireworks that brighten the skies above them. Lady Yo-Yo here is quite the savant in all matters incendiary and explosive, and so it falls to her to formulate a plan for the display's crowning glory. Me and the other lads and lasses of the Cannoneers whipped up a load of lovery little drakes, snakes, and devils for the Moonfire Fair, but more of the same ain't got the cut ain't going to cut it for the rising. 'Cause it's all about remembering those we lost in the calamity, ain't it? Them and theirs deserve something a mite specklier than a bunch of old bangers. An admirable sentiment, I'm sure. It would not do for an ode to such poignant memories to be aught less than memorable. Let us make this year's rising one the citizens of this fair realm will not soon forget. Took the words right out of me mouth, dearie. Thing is, having hardly set foot out of Limsa in all me days, I don't reckon I'm best placed to know what's going on through the minds of the citizens of this fair realm. And so you would pick an adventurer's brains, one who has journeyed far and wide across this land we love, and knows it and its people intimately. Yet, before we call upon your particular wisdom, mayhap it would behoove us to seek out a wider range of opinions. Many and more look to the skies come the rising night, and the thoughts that run through their minds are no doubt as diverse. Let us learn them. Sounds like a plan. Mind if I join you, dearie? Could do with learning some of the thoughts myself. Right then, where's best to start asking around? Someplace a lot of outsiders gather, I reckon. How about we meet in the Aetherite Plaza down in the lower decks? While you two are so engaged, allow me to continue our discussions with the organizing committee. I shall await you by the aft castle. Whenever the initial song starts for Limsa Lominsa, my brain's always like, How to Train Your Dragon? How to Train Your Dragon? This is like the same set of instruments, and it's also that same, like, starting chord. You see them lights down Ocker's Alley, dearie? Decorations for the festival they are. Every year, when the streets are all decked out for the rising, me heart fills with, well, all kinds of feelings. Sorrow, pride, regret. But enough about me. We came here to find out how the other folks feel about it. Let's split up, head down the alley, and ask a few likely-looking customers each. We're on a schedule here, so don't go asking every single soul you see. 4 or 5 should do ye. I'll meet you down by the ferry docks when you're done. I'm going the wrong way. Welcome, welcome. Let me interest you in this fine evening. Ah, information is it? Well, if you must really know, the whizzing and banging that fills the air this season always takes me back to the time just before the calamity struck. A great festival was held to celebrate the reformation of the Grand Companies. People in the streets were hooting and hollering and setting off fire spouts. And all the ships in the bay, now bedecked in the Maelstrom colors, let loose their cannons. It seems so foolish now, knowing what was soon to befall us, but all that noise served a purpose nonetheless, drowning out the fear that ever whispered in our ears. It is my firm belief that the rising fireworks serve the same purpose even now. They present a vision of loveliness, of togetherness, that we might forget our fears and be given a hope for the future. The streets are full of life, the sky is full of fire, the westerly winds filling our seafarers' sails as it does our hearts. Ah, I couldn't have picked a better time to come home. You're a sailor too, are you? I'm helping with the fireworks, you say. Good on you, lad. I have a few memories of back then, if you've an ear to hear them. I'm a merchant seaman, you see, always sailing hither and thither across the waves. Was just back from a trip to Razatan when the calamity struck. Everyone was looking up to the sky, that loathsome lantern that hung low over it. Like most folk, I don't remember much of what happened in the days before or after it fell, but I'll never forget those faces. And that's what I love so much about the fireworks. You see them same faces looking up, this time with a smile. Reminds ye not only of the bad times, but how we got over them. Misty-eyed stargazer. Can you see them too, my love? You're involved with the fireworks and want to know what I think of them. Well, just now I was wondering if they could be seen from far out in the offing. Do you know? I see. The reason I asked is that my husband is out there now. He meant to be back by rising night, but it seems the tide didn't turn in his favor. He was so looking forward to the fireworks. I do hope that he can see them from where he is, that we could share them together no matter how far apart we might be. It is my only request to you, that you make the finale as bright and boisterous as you can, that all those who cannot be brought together this rising might still share in its message. Loud and proud. We can do that. We can do that. Alright there, anything I can do for you? They're asking for people's thoughts on the rising fireworks. Yeah, would have thought a great hero like you would have better things to do with your time. But I suppose that what makes you a hero, eh? Helping people out whichever way you can. Unlike most people, I suppose, I think of those I lost. My parents, most of all. I wonder if they're watching too. Swim up from the bottom of the ethereal sea just to see what all the crashing and banging's about. It's complicated, I suppose. I feel sad that they're gone, but happy I'm not. I'm grateful to Balderon, saving me and so many others. If they are watching, I hope they can see me too. See that I'm doing alright for myself, that they might sleep soundly for another 12 months. It's sad. Honestly, it worked out so well for the world building. Wow, those are some serious fucking fireworks. Look at that. It worked out so well for the world building of this game that they were like, alright, let's just take the initial story and just turn it into like a fucking apocalypse scenario. Like, let's just fuck shit up. Because man, does it make the start of the setting just so interesting. Sorry to keep you waiting, dearie. So what did you find out? Same here. Was half expecting him to just like looking at the pretty lights, but it seems the feeling runs a lot deeper than that. The memories of the calamity still sit heavy in their hearts. But the rising fireworks go some way to lifting that weight. So, any ideas for the grand display? What kind of thing do you reckon would help lift those spirits the most? Something that gives people hope for the future. Hope for the future, eh? That ain't a bad idea. Reminding folk that however dark the night, dawn is just around the corner. The rising ain't just about mourning those we lost after all. It's about remembering the struggles of those who survived and steered us to a brighter future. Aye, that's it. That's what Limsa needs this rising. Ships, cannons, a departure salute. Not just for the fallen, but for those setting sail for unknown shores. A vision of the past and of the future. An old bleeding armada filling Galadian Bay, lighting up the very heavens. Who wouldn't want to watch that? It's settled then. The minstrel's going to love it. He said he'd be up at Aft Castle, right? I'll see you there. The new Griffin riding Stormcast character uses they-them profiles in the reveal and belt. That's interesting. I mean, Stormcast Eternals continuing to just diversify the setting. More and more and more. The clockwork rendition of an enigmatic cat spirit from the pages of Midlander mythology. Goldsmith Guildmaster Serendipity called this lifelike figuring to bring joy to the children who are orphaned in the calamity. Our intrepid adventurer returns, positively bursting with inspiration, I take it. Ah, I see. A traditional seafaring salute, not only to the memories of the fallen, but to the future fortune of those who will follow in their wake. Most fitting proposal, I'm sure. Thanks to both of you, but our work ain't done yet. There's a lot needs sorting out before we can put this idea into action. So much to do, so little time. If you wouldn't mind helping us a little longer, dearie, I'd be forever in your debt. Let me know when you've got your loins good and girded. Right then, let's get started, shall we, dearie? The plan is we're going to line up an old fleet of ships across the bay and have them fire a broadside into the sky. But before we go about finding our fleet, we must need to get the plan approved by an organizing committee, and that means convincing Commodore Rayner. I'll take the lead, but I ain't exactly got the silverest tongue, nor much experience nobbling with the higher-ups. You two see me struggling, put in a word, won't ye? Of course, my lady, your cause is ours. Thank ye, me dears. Together, then, on to Coral Tower. Last I had the privilege of meeting with the Commodore was around the time of the calamity. I've been arrested for conspiracy to incite rebellion. Naturally, it was all just a misunderstanding. Some other scurrious soul had been singing songs of sedition. Not for Rayner in his relentless pursuit of the truth, I might still be lingering in the brig. He's a shrewd investigator who will brook no equivocation. Shall we then? That's hilarious that implies that Yoshi P got arrested for sedition for a little while. Wanting to make the rising display special, I can fathom, but the sheer scale of this proposal is beyond anything I imagined. Yo-Yo, need I remind you that the first duty of the Yellow Jackets is the keeping of the peace? Filling the bay with ships will not only disturb the daily workings of the harbor, but is sure to foment agitation among the commons. Knowing this, do you still mean to preserve with this outlandish plan? I do, Commander. Every Lominsan art and every Eorzean art still bears the scars of the calamity. All that loss, that hardship, that struggle, it cut deep. But the Rising ain't just about looking to the past, it's about looking to the future too. And if it's our duty to watch over folk, keep them on the straight and narrow like, I reckon it's our duty to see them off on another year's journey too. Well put. I accept that your intentions are pure, but what of the logistics? I trust you have a plan as to who exactly will be providing and paying for this fleet of yours. Yes, Commander. We're going to petition the Maelstrom for the flagship and the rest from, the Black Sails. Oh, of course. One is wont to forget that those buccaneering souls remain bound to serve the Maelstrom in times of necessity. Lady Yo-Yo would have us parley with the three great pirate captains and remind them of their civic duty, it seems. Aye, that's right. The pirates answered Admiral's call back when the moon was fallen, fought and died at Cartanau, same as the rest of us. When they hear about our plan to salute all those who fell and all those who didn't, don't doubt they'll answer the call again. I wish you all the luck in the world in recruiting those rogues to your cause. You shall need it. Very well then, allow me to arrange the parley. Should you succeed in this feat, you may consider all my remaining doubts answered. I bet you remember that you go to speak with pirates, lawless marauders all. Pray that you do not say aught to offend them, lest we find ourselves with a mutiny on our hands. I shall have the Maelstrom summon the leaders of the three factions to the anchor yard. Pray go there and complete your preparations. Just for sticking with me, lads. I hope I can count on your support in the next set of negotiations and all. Of course, my lady. Alas, I fear the captains, those far-famed scourges of the seas, will prove rather less biddable partners than Commodore Rayner did. While Roswin and the Sanguine Sirens may be swayed by emotion, Carvalane of the Kraken's Arms is of a much more mercenary mind. The Executioners, meanwhile, value honor and glory above all else. There is aught that unites them, it is a zealous spirit. Let us argue with passion that might inflame theirs. If it's passion you're after, I've got that in bleeding bucket loads. But I might need you two to jump in again, in case my tongue decides to tie itself in a nap itch. I just say the first thing that comes to your heads, and I'll pick up after. Goosh, goosh. Come on then, dearies. Let's head over to the anchor yard and get this parlay started. Anchor yard. Missing one. Oh, there he is. Thanks for coming. The reason we asked you here is... Aye, the Maelstrom summons laid it out for us loud and clear. You want us to help with the rising fireworks. And the answer is no. When my sirens fire a broadside, it's to send our enemies to the bottom of the briny, not to paint pretty pictures in the sky for dry lanterns to gawp at. We've been better doing other things with our time. It's a rare occurrence to be sure, but I find that my opinion aligns with Roswin's. Our time is precious, as I'm sure is yours. Let us hasten to draw these discussions to a close. I shall put it bluntly. I see no profit in this endeavor for myself and my men, so unless there's anything else... No profit? How sad the great Carvalane should lose his nose for coin. You would put the Admiral and the Yellow Jackets in your debt. Why, this is the perfect opportunity to forge a deeper bond with Roswin. The last one's actually kind of funny. This is the better time to get her pants off, man. Come on. In fact, I'm going to say that because I find it funny. If you should require my men and I to shackle ourselves to the sirens, we should require even greater recompense. The sheer scale of the spectacle we propose would no doubt draw all the lords and ladies of the realm together in the city. Personages of high renown and deep pockets. Aye, and if they saw you lot were working in with the Maelstrom, it'd do wonders for your public image. Folks who normally wouldn't touch a pirate and with a barge pole would be queuing up to do business with ye. I love that I was completely not helpful at all just then. I do believe you have a point, poorly phrased though it may be. To win legitimate business, one must project the image of a legitimate businessman. Sod your image! Any sod that's too lily-livered to trade with us. They can stick their barge poles up their backsides. What's in it for the sirens? You can just keep doubling down. Carvalane's in. Don't you want to be together? trying to imply? I'd rather cut me arse off with a rusty cutlass than have to spend another minute in that preening pissant's company. Me and my girls are proper pirates. The sanguine sirens ain't all about the pirating life, though, are ye? You run almshouses for the sick and injured, and those with child. Keep themselves busy with odd jobs, such as come their way. Them's your hunters. And the folk who are drawn to the city to see the grand display your quarry. I see where you're going with this. Get the girls to set up stalls selling food and grog and the like, they'd make a killing. Providing they had the right permits from the Yellow Jackets. You're a shrewd one, you. Maybe I could lend them and hand myself. They do say the best way to a man's heart is through his stomach. What of the executioners? There's no dishonor in linking arms with Admiral Merlvib in the Maelstrom, surely. You, Yellow Jacket, I want you to tell me one thing and tell it true. This is Limsa Lominsa, the greatest port in all the realm. You can find this fleet of yours without our help, yet you come here begging for it. Why? Because I reckon you're the ones who need the rising the most. The Black Sails only came together because of Cartanau. You could have upped anchor and sailed off into the sunset, but no. You fought like demons on those cursed flats. Made heroes of yourselves and martyrs. The way I see it, it's only right that those that lost the most, when they stood to gain the least, should be the ones to fire the salute to the departed. And a salute to the departin, too. The calamity changed the lives of you pirates more than anyone. If anyone should be celebrating new beginnings, it's those whose new beginnings already begun. So it's all for our own good, is it? I'm heading back to the Astalicia. Send word when you've armored out the details of this display of yours. We'll see what we can do. Aye, aye, Captain. Sanguine Sirens, they're a power company, all women and fucking merciless as hell. They usually are. Can't readily say no to you now, can I? We lost a good lot of people back in Cartanau. Let's send them all off with a great bloody bang. I will join you on one condition, that in your reminiscence of trauma past, you do not make a shameful spectacle of yourself. Pray do not force me to restrain you. Again. I never force you to do nothing. You'll keep your hands off me if you want to keep them, you randy bastard. Quite the fragile flower, isn't she? Well then, I bid you adieu. My ships will not ready themselves. Oh, my ships will not ready themselves. Yeah, those two are fucking. They're fucking. There's so many people on the way. And breathe. God, I was so nervous I could hardly speak. Thanks so much for chipping in when you did. Could have never gotten them on our side without you. Right then, time to put the finishing touches on this plan of mine. It's going to be wonderful, I just know it. Oh, and about your reward. I've given it to the minstrel. You can grab it from him. To new beginnings, lad, and may the navigator's breath ever fill your sails. Bye, Yo-Yo. So. You did a great service, my friend, for both Lady Yo-Yo and all those who love the Rising, myself included. For that I shall be ever grateful. I expect it shall be some hours before the preparations for the grand finale are complete. Mayhap we could wait together. Fireworks! I love that they celebrate it in universe on a canon day. That just makes it extra fun. How long has it been IRL since the calamity? While we wait, would you care to hear a verse that has lately come to me? It is a song of celebration, of encouragement. for all those who sail for unknown shores. Pray, lend me your ears. Oh, 11 years IRL. Dang. It's 11 for role players. How do role players handle like new people showing up and like going through the experiences? Greetings, warrior of light. Who goes there? This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream? A flight of fancy conjured by your weary mind? Perhaps. Or perhaps not. Who the fuck are you? Nice flip-flops. Oh, Yoshida! 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Naoki Yoshida. I have beckoned you here that I might express my gratitude. The road we have walked has been long and winding, full of perils and pitfalls, but we have enjoyed every step in your company. We hope that you feel the same about this last great leap. With every adventure we undertake, the longer the legacy we leave behind us. And a lengthy history need not mean a foreshortened future. Many adventurers yet await. We shall continue to chart a course into the great unknown, one that takes in all the diverse wonders this world has to offer, that your legacy might grow ever greater. To be certain, it would be a less trying task to sleepwalk ever onward down the same well-furrowed path, yet to venture down paths untrodden, believing in the bright and glorious future that lies beyond them, is by far the more rewarding. This is the gift that we wish to deliver unto you, the gift of adventure. And we pray with all our hearts that you will continue to walk with us. We thank you for joining us on this journey, hitherto and hereafter. Now, the time has come for this vision to end. Time for your eyes to open from this waking dream. Thanks, God. One cannot know what fills the hearts and minds of those who look into the sky this rising night. Perhaps you and I will see very different images in those explosions of light and color. But one thing I know for certain, that right here, right now, we look into the same sky. And though the paths that lay ahead of us may lead in very different directions, sometime, someplace, they shall cross again. Thanks, God. See you later. It's almost time for the display to begin. The consummation not only of our labors, but of the thoughts and prayers of the peoples of this fair city. A salute for the departed, and for those who set sail to unknown waters. Many adventures yet await you, my friend. May the navigator's breath ever fill your sails. Random question. That is a fuck ton of fireworks. Good lord. Wait, from eastern sky to eastern sea to eastern sky, the sacred sun ascends, and voices stir of wind of waves, of ropes of sails of friends. Who, like the golden light of dawn that streams across the sea, sets sunlit sail for foreign lands, may fortune follow thee. Her journey done, so sinks the sun below the western waves. In memory stir of friends of yore asleep in watery graves. Let not our voices raised in song disturb your endless sleep, but join us in our chorus, and you dream among the deep. An exo from an ancient mariner song. Prayer for the safe return of those who sail over the far horizon, and for the peace of those who sleep beneath those same eternal waves. It concludes with a wish. The voices of those whose spirits are stirred in anticipation of a new adventure reach the ears of those whose adventures ended too soon, that they might be united as one. A fitting sentiment for the rising, methinks. And so I offer you my own heartfelt wish, that even should your adventures carry you beyond the far-flung horizon of this wide world, we should meet once more in 12 months' time, and look up into the same sky together. Hooray! Yearly event. Oh, this is like James Workshop coming to meet you. James Workshop feels more like an eldritch abomination. You've unlocked the toy chest. Notable personages have been sent to frequent the anchor yard this rising. Do the same, you may be greeted with an unexpected encounter. What the hell does that mean? Brushed up krill. Oh, I guess you can just wait there some more. All right. The minion is a character that I haven't met yet. No, that's funny. Yeah, there's old Manphilia. I saw her in a video. Let's see. Seasonal seasonal goodies. I'll take one of everything. It's good to have. All right. With that, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm also considering. It's pretty late. I was deciding if I want to order food, but I don't think there's anywhere that I would really want to order from that's not going to close before I would do that, so I can order something later. All right. So I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we're going to do Hildebrand. Finally. All right, let's go find this goofy fuck. Shades of Silda. So this is the finale This is part 5. This is the last quest for the Hildebrand storyline for A Realm Reborn. Well now, if ain't my favorite venture, my favorite mithril eye reporter, along with him. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I see. As much as I'd like to help two of my best mates, I'm afraid you found a Wyman at a loss. Ulda has more than his fair share of treasures hidden and otherwise. I reckon our phantom friend could be just after just about any of them. I can tell you this much, though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan sworn in a right dither. Word has it they formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. The Sultan sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with this information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, Dalkarius. I'd say it's time we paid a visit to the heart of the sworn. Oi, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourselves involved in this. A man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I'm ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter is about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, Dalkarius, time is of the essence. Women. Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. The song is playing here, too. So, random question I wanted to ask y'all. I've noticed that all of the events that I've seen so far have been in Limsa Lominsa. Do any of the events take place in, like, other places? Or is Limsa always where seasonal events are at? All 3 cities do it. Okay. Oh no, the song. Yes, they are in other places. Okay. Seems Lominsa or Limsa Lominsa just tends to be the favored. Seek out information. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, I can see Gridania being great for like Christmas season, for like winter. Halt! Only authorized personnel are allowed in. Thou bugger me with a broadsword. It's the Gentleman of Light's adventure and companion and that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, if it isn't the self-styled Warrior of Light. Tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan Sworn recruiter to land yourself in this position? Oh, only the 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing that Gentleman of Light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me. The depths of me soul-like. I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildebrand. The Sultan Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm. They gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildebrand in his investigation, haven't you? Cor, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the mates who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. She's one of the Sworn's best and something of a history buff, it seemed. When she heard the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Belladia, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything, I really want to see this game in Christmas time. That's going to be really fun. A pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Ellie from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we're researching the Phantom Thief case and would appreciate information that may shed light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie. And if I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one Dalcarius Adracia. Yes? Nod, nod, nod. You know Dalcarius? As any regular reader of the Mithril, I would. I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up, to assist in the investigation. Doubtless, the inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. Like clockwork. The Sultan Sworn, the elite of Uldar's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Briardian, always one step ahead of us. Actually, he's always one step behind us, but okay, yeah, sure. Miss Ellie, Dalcarius, a moment if you would. Right there. Very good. Now face me and don't move an ilm. Inspecto, what is that in your... Oh. Demasking dust. A formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mass left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to confirm its composition and synthesize a counter-agent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the Farer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. I love that he specifies. I love Briardian specifies. It leaves your real face intact, which implies that he made a version that did not. It just like destroys your face. Brilliant, Inspector. The Phantom Thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Ulda, the last of the 4 lost relics of Balladia. I fear not. I've poured through the histories time and again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in a righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, each possessed by these 4 Balladian heroes, but it makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Balladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust, instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The blackguard will be in chains before we can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have our word, my lady. But there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan Sworn have launched an investigation. The truth of the matter is that we may have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We would be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. And he's here. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector of extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I can assure you that I'm exactly who I claim to be. A shame, that. Inspector Hildebrand. We were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far. The head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a greatsword? Strangled with a subligar, mayhap? I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action, and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My Rome-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice. I really like her armor. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildebrand. Friends, please take this Damascene dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you will put it to good use. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend? I like your gusto. But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman... Whoops, I skipped that. Whatever. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls! I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 sins of Sasamo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave clues. Clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off! Pray alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Phyllis's Damascene dust to good use. I can tell I haven't streamed in too long, because I can already feel my voice being like... It's like outside the city. Hey, Polex, how you doing? Good to see you. I've missed all you goobers. If we can safely leave the party for now. Flowers? Yes, it's all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who in his hurry to escape carelessly mislaid his wares. Just what do you think you're doing, eh? Eh? I'm the one who would put those flowers there, eh? To honor the memory of me poor boy. You dare defile his memory, eh? Eh? 1,000 parties, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. I swear to you on my own dear mother's name that your son's killer will be brought to justice. Ahem. As I was just saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place! Run away while you still can! Run far, far away! Run, or he'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor, poor boy! A living person turned into a zombie. Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy! History! Or have you not heard of the horrors of Silde? Aye, older sibling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye, but I speak of far greater horrors and death. An unholy draught brewed by a Sildan alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers, the traitors spurned. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotten flesh, and ran him through, but you won't hear that from the Sultan Sworn. Thal no alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could do so much as pay me last respects. The traitor's spurn. I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them to be true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing. Just who are we dealing with here? A Sildin, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sildin would know the recipe. But the last remnants of Sildin died 4 centuries ago, you say? Oh, they did! He calls himself the Phantom Thief. He does. But did it ever occur to ye that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did. About the 4 relics of Baladia and the powers they hold. The power to exact justice. A specter of Silda has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe, woe unto us all, and the 4 warriors of light forsaken us. My dear boy, if only you could have become a traitor like your father. If only you kept your nose out of those bloody history books and never so much breathed the accursed name of Silda. But you did, and now we're doomed! 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 Hags. That bleeding whoresun's here somewhere. I can feel it in me follicles. The most potent hair tonic the realm has seen? Aye, that it was, for all fortnight before my flowing locks fell out all over again. And just as I was chatting up a lovely lass at the quicksand, just to twist the knife in extra elm. Montebank, charlatan! I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band and pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. Oh, that guy. So the lore behind the 88 sins of Sasano is a punishment to a princess that tried to oust a sultana years before. Her punishment was to walk up and down the stairs 88 times for 88 days in a row, and after 88 she killed over and died. Wow, I'm fucking amazed that she made it 88 days. Wait. Like, 88 days without, like, sleep, food, or water? Or, like, did she, like, have to do it 88 times each day, and then she could rest for the rest of the day, and then you did it again 88 times the next day? It's all becoming clear to me now. The dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I had suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. That's a disgusting metaphor. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Ahem. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed. A wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the Spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Thus, let us begin our search at the Thaumaturgist Guild. Countless the tomes there contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything that just came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Silda might serve us well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Briardian. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape past my inspector's eye. I think it's probably gonna be faster just to go. Gods be good! You're the adventurer who saved me back at the ruins. Researching the ancient feud between Ulda and Silda, are you? Why, I'm pleased to say that I have more than a passive familiarity with ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still to the birth of our mother nation, Balladia. The 5th Astral Era was an age of untold wonders, when the arcane arts burgeoned and great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and the avarice bred resentment, culminating in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the 6th Umbral Calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. There was a small band of survivors that found their way to Thanalan, where they would found the nation of Balladia some 8 centuries ago. Imagine a government of mages, by mages, and for mages! What wonders might have been wrought had Balladian civilization survived to this very day. Alas, it was not to be. Greetings, traveler. You would learn the war between Ulda and the fallen Sultanate of Silda. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The 2 city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Ulda emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Ulda's superior numbers, Sildan alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as the Traitor's Spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they even employed the potion on those of the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. It sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it, no? It is truly a crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors. I feel like it's going to be revealed that Ulda was the one that was using it. Dalkarius, don't surprise me like that. What's this? You're here to learn not for your studies, but to learn the bad blood between Ulda and Silda. 2 scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Ulda weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Silda wielding knowledge and power. But the power up of the 2 nations differed greatly. Yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Uldan prosperity was that of justice and good. The power wrought by Sildan knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man, render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear. But riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories, and what does that say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know that in the war against Silda, Uldan and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not. Neither did I, until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone at some time deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I've said enough already. Thanks, Guildmaster. You don't say. It's not every day someone comes to our halls to research Silda. As a fellow student of history, though, I more than welcome the conversation. Balladian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The 2 were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in 2, forming the twin nations of Ulda and Silda. But not unlike the 2 proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. My ever loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned when you're questing with the scholars in these halls? Indeed, as it happens, I've learned much the same. Let's take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of succession divides the great nations of Balladia, giving rise to the sibling nations of Ulda and Silda. The 2 nations coexist for some generations until blood boils over, culminating in outright war. Daunted by Ulda's superior might, Silda employs their advanced alchemical formula to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it! The facts have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of doomed Silda, who seeks vengeance against those who reduce his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sildan statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. Hildebrand, I don't... Okay. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of his grave yourself. Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and specters, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Silda. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen Sultanate. This Sildan connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Baladian relics our thief clearly possesses. What of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? Few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightened air about him. Wait, yes, it's coming to me, of course! My keen investigator senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You'll like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Guguria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? Just curious, does anyone know how many stages the final Hildebrand story is? Isn't the Horizon, like, over... Oh, no, the Horizon is outside. I remember now. Yeah. 5? Okay. Yeah, yes. If you've got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter with a mithril eye. Never blinking, all-seeing, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with just a few questions. Was it for love of money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got the time or patience for this mummery. Well, if you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Oh, Lord, all the characters are coming back. Lady Dorilda! Well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to environs this fair day? Why, I live here, you half-headed half-wit. Inspector Briardian. This is an unexpected pleasure. You have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Guguria, we can discuss business after. Pray lend the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But Lady Dorilda, what about? Ah yes, my dear Maria's name's day present. I had one in mind of the prize pieces from Ishtame's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ulda myself? I'll say it just once more, Guguria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, helped me regain something truly priceless. Yes, something more valuable than any mere trinket. I guess she's actually being a decent mom now. Alright. I'll tell you what I know, but you didn't hear it from me. Got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust. The trader's sperm, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims, and it got me to thinking. Still the 5 victims. Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with the name. Aye, if you would be. I counted them being something of a secret society, you know. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see. Working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Ulda-Silda conflict from reaching the ears of folk like you and me. False knowledge. False knowledge? Pray tell, what sort of knowledge might that be? False balls! Don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you and where can we find him? Hob! His name's Hob! When I heard what he said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limsa with his 5 best sellswords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him in Vesper Bay. But remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They said the arbiters are so secretive they don't even know each other's true identities. Now, don't ask me how I know how that works, but Hob's got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had been all zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew what he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville's art of parley has procured for us a keen morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us. Let us hurry. The life's man is in danger even as we speak. Pray thee return to Vesper Bay. The new reveals are quite meh. Oh, it was a terrible reveal show, dude. That was one of the worst reveal shows that CA has done. Or CA, Games Workshop has done. It was horrible. Huge waste of time. I think Hob's dead, y'all. Master Hob, is everything quite all right? No! Stand back, Ellie. Hunger! I hunger for your brains! Damn! There's no saving the man. Now, Curtis, do what you must. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me this particular shade of green is unmistakable for that of the undead. It seemed we were a few moments too late to the scene. A message, and then there was one. There it is again. Is something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense. A sense that someone or something is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For a moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. Wow, they just like... I too had best return to the Mithra Eye. Let us meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You will do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector! Inspector, I'll go with her! If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary. Not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there is something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe, and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life, Inspector? At Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? Everyone's just not looking. I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. Confession? Ooh! A secret vow? Oh-ho! Consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now, let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report. By the way, random note. I hope y'all are excited for the Old One stream. I have actually been doing a fair bit of research for the Old One stream and have like a bunch of written notes for that. Do the Tomb Kings rule over living people? One does. There is one Tomb King, King Tutankhamun, which King Tutankhamun rules from the city of Qatar, I think? Qatar. And there is a living population of people that live around his city, and within it, who believe him to be a god. So they believe him to quite literally be a god that they worship. And they are actually the descendants of the Nehakaran's people. So they were descendants that left. They were more nomadic desert folk that left for like Araby or the Badlands. They left for a different area. So they weren't there when Nagash unleashed his big, horrible ritual and killed everyone. So since they weren't there for that, they survived. And eventually they have wandered back into that region. And if I remember correctly, I believe they encountered Tutankhamun. He's wearing like his golden death mask and everything. And they believed him to be a god of their religion. So they worship him. And he very much basks in their worship. And they live in the city. So he protects them. And they've actually started rebuilding Qatar. And it is the only Tomb King city that actually has the living that are able to survive in it. Which is pretty interesting. A fourth victim. Thought have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of the connection to the other victims? The arbiters of truth? No, it cannot be. Somebody, help! Miss Ellie, the voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man! I only thought to ask him a few questions, but before I knew that was happening, he was upon me. I could only bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Haha! Remind me to not get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of the Sultan Sworn Squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. Oh my god, it's him! The thief of many faces! I think we'd find our man like this. Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more! By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic prescience, I declare this case closed. So he has not been doing the murders, I bet. I bet he's not the one murdering people. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. Whilst this gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. What? While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wantonly destroy? Whoa, it was a double bluff. What? What? What is the meaning of this? Ingenious. A double disguise. Planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Gilgo, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. The Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise to the ranks of the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... My lady! The vault has been breached! The wise men's whisper! It's gone! For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. Well, this is getting surprisingly complex. And now the game is truly afoot. Gilgamesh. Bah! What is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? And just as we were about to make our triumphant return, isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie! Miss Ellie! That shadow you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. Damn. To think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. The plot thickens. Three more parts. Do the Tomb Kings still make constructs, or are they just awakening ones from the past? Nowadays, they generally just awaken old ones, but they can make new ones. They do make new so like they'll make new constructs if a Tomb Prince, a Tomb King, or other various skeletons, if their physical forms are so badly destroyed that it becomes impossible to reconstruct them. Like they've broken down to such a ridiculous extent that they no longer can put themselves back together. Then what will happen is that they will then make them into a new construct. My ever-loyal associate! We must find Miss Ellie quickly! Surely, if confronted by her constant companion, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh, Miss Phyllis! Thought you had already departed in the company of your men, but all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than Hildebrand Mander? Me. Mind you, it is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter stating that a position the committee had opened and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan Sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities, to think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, until such time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress. And as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here! Ah, there you are, Nasu. You shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse, but it was a really cute dormouse, you see. It just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nasu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. Arcarius, let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Evan, have a great night. Thanks so much for coming by. Please get some good rest. Is Hildebrand just gonna like, no, it's not her? Water-stained letter? Be wary and be warned. Okay. Another one. Trust no one, and your friends all the less. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. You get some demasking dust. Oh God, Bert. Ho ho ho! If it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Dalcarius. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you? Oh, so your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn. Now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters. Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend, or is this another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone, myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville man. That said, I feel my dear Hildy may be in a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildebrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. I feel like Hildebrand's mother is probably even more terrifying than his father. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the impostor beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Dalcarius. Let's say you have a few words with each of them and see if aught seems amiss. Miss Ellie's the Phantom Thief is the only logical conclusion, and yet I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Who's this random Lalafell? I've seen them in a lot of the cutscenes, just in the background. Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Inspector Briandian told me all about it. Who'd have thunk Miss Ellie was the Phantom Thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? It stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses! This one is not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, quickly. Time is of the essence. I love that for the final part, the Phantom Thief is with us and we're actually getting to see his perspective. That puts a really fun twist on this part. I question the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Huh, father, what brings you here? Godbert's legs are so massive. Yes, finally, the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up. The fiend already stands among us. Inspector Briardian, I should hope you are not doubting me. While I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy, the fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Dalcarius here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party. But worry not, they should be reporting back within a bell's time. Ha! Time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. Oh, okay, so he was doing it. I fear that That is more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie had only passing interactions with my dear father, we could safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nasu, and Dalkarius here. Nasu and I, in particular, have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. Of all the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If he asks me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nasu is so close, I dare say at times, as if we share a mind. If Nasu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. Ahem! I am a Manderville. Manderville? Man! Doing what only a Manderville can! From the peaks of Corthus to Thunderland, Manderville? Man! You're the best, Inspector! A perfect score! May rest easy, dear friend. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nasu. I've never loved you more than now, you marvelous buttonhead, you. Nasu? Is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old... Oh, Nasu would never! Genius, Inspector? Nasu would never! The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Dust. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different. What the fuck is happening? That's part 2? Part 3? Herdian woman. Seven hells. Done in by a muscle-bound mutton-head and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briardian. Once again, you fail to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister, and my eminently capable partner in crime. Ah, they're twins! 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Cece. Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite alright? Why, you look as if you've seen a ghost! Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you... Ooh, excuse me. Are the last living scions of Syldan aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, he never could have risen to the heights of celebrity. Miss Cece, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes? Justice! 400 years ago, olden dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait. The histories say that it was Silda that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie! And you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ulda that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. What is this madness you speak of, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Olden army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed sultan sworn would keep killed to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh, oh yes! Before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestors knew. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A mass crusader for justice? A dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority? Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Olden vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened? By assembling 4 secret relics from Baladia. 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Silda, before the Olden dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes with the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think! One day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ulda. No, wait! You'll all be dead! Preposterous! Ulda just gets wiped out. But first, you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all your rotten lies! I think not, Miss Cece. Hildebrand! Bro, he's gonna get zombified again! Hildebrand! You idiot! Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Manderville! Oh my god. Is that Manderville's mom? Oh, please. Please let it be his mom, who's been stalking us this entire time. Godbert Manderville! I can't even trust your sorry arse to look after him for a day! Yep. She has a fright. I knew it! That presence watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife! So this is gonna be the most powerful character. Like... oh my god, dude. She just phases out of reality. Godbert's about to die, dude. Amazing. So, the character that's been hiding in the background this entire time has been Hildebrand's mom. Am I to understand that you are Hildebrand's mother? Gilgamesh going, oh shit! Ah, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. Instead of this into warriors post racing. Prepare yourself, Dalkarius. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. I feel like he's just gonna get immediately murked by Hildebrand's mom. Yep. Oh my god! Holy shit! Gilgamesh is fucking dead. Do you have potatoes for brain, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse if you haven't bloody noticed. You! Dalkarius or something, was it? Please don't kill me. Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet ye. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I could come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This is the last... This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-arse husband here, and look what that got me. You'll help me out, won't ye? The woman just murdered everyone in the room. That was just to accept the quest? Jesus. Okay, so Hildebrand's fucking dead again. Though I guess he technically wasn't dead the first time, he just thought he was. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him! He's green! Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse. I know just the remedy. A fire or holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversold rags, and a phial of twice distilled water. Singot at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Guest. Now hurry! Once the poison spreads throughout his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nasu is still alive. Ouch! That's smart. Egads, Hilly, you're looking none too hearty yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now you're going to accompany Dalkarius here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, my lady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Sin got sundries, was it? Now come, Dalkarius, there's work to be done. Hildebrand's mother is amazing. Best character. I was expecting a very different, I was kind of hoping she would be like a ridiculously muscular woman, but it's alright. Looks can be deceiving. I feel like Gilgamesh's height changes every time we see him. Oversold rags, you say? I fear that if only a single tattered leg been stock, it's already been spoken for. But my good man, you must reconsider. My dear friend's life, and quite possibly mine own as well, hangs in the balance. I sympathize with your plight, friend, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. Unless you could offer me the same, no deal. Gah! And you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Well, look what we have here. If it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. Hey, it's the super hot lady. And her sister. As it happens, I just returned from my training. And the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to a share. My lady, you are far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildebrand Dalkarius here, I'd still be tag teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. I like how all the characters you've helped or run into over the course of the adventure are popping back up. They'll take me if that wasn't Alvila the Tempest! Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I've half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. A kind sentiment, my good man. We are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, Dalcarius? And with this, our task here is done. Now, let us find the traitor named Guest. Ugh, I'm realizing that I am very hungry. I may need to order some food. Yeah, I'm gonna need to order some food. But I know just the place to order from a super fucking late night like this one. Because I don't think there's really anything downstairs I want. The blundering Manderville boy's on his last legs, and you need something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gill for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthier man. And now I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion, that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. The dick. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, milady, may I have this dance? Yep, figured it would be... Oh my god, it's all three of them. Literally fucking everybody is coming back. Dalcarius, what a lovely surprise! Are you here for the ball, perchance? Hildebrand's dying. Heavens, the poor inspector! Well, if it isn't the Lapis Maiden in the flesh! What say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventurers and share a dance with a cultured gentleman, befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Ahem! Provided you first provide my good friend Dalcarius with the bottle of twice distilled water that he seeks. Good lass. You know this man. But if that's the price you would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gil anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? Bro, she's gonna turn you down so fast, but enjoy your dance. Look at her. Hoodwinked him. I knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think he was this beloved by so many. Clearly, this room would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Dalcarius, let us deliver these goods while there's still time to save him. Yeah, I really need to, like, have a stock of stuff around my computer desk. That way I could be like, oh, I'm hungry, munch, 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 munch. I think it may be time for some Hag's pizza. Even though I had pizza last night, so I feel kind of shitty getting more pizza, but no one else is open at 1 a.m. Hold on. Let me do this. Oh my god. Guys, we're done with this. We got our Zodiac Zeta weapon. We don't have to do any more Zodiac. Oh my god. It's a fucking miracle. It's a fucking miracle. Oh, lordy. Ooh, they have calzones. They have pastas too. I could maybe get just a pasta. If I got a pasta, I would hate myself significantly less. Yeah, okay, okay. That'll make me feel less bad. Oh, they got chicken parm. Yeah, give me chicken parmesan. Hell yeah, brother. Make sure I put in a decent sized order so I'm not wasting their time. Please leave on the doormat. Do not knock or ring bell, please. Give a generous tip because it's super late. Wait, go back. Yeah. What are we eating? From Old Hag's Pizza Place. Where's my debit card? I wonder if I left that in the car. That's fine. I should probably go check. Because I don't know what I did with it, but I can use my credit card for the food. Okay, yeah, it's a little worrisome. I don't know what I do with my debit card. Which means it's lying around here somewhere. Should be here about 1:47. Ancient Widow's Pizza? Yeah, Ancient Widow's Pizza. But I'm going to get the chicken parmesan pasta. Okay, let me go turn on a light for when they get here. And also let me double check if I can find where my debit card is, because I need to know if I've lost that. So give me just a minute, chat. Hold down the fort. Hold the fort. Don't burn the place down. I will be right back. No. I got myself a little box of Frosted Flakes because I need to eat. I'm starting to get the shakes. How are y'all doing? How's everyone in chat? Mornington Crescent, good to see you. How you doing, man? Oh, got some Whataburger? Nice. I would have gotten some Whataburger, but I didn't want to drive. Dude, until the show was so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad. Like, it's funny how bad it was. Yeah, that was not a reveal show. I agree. Hyper Rings of Power? I need to start watching that. Like, I know a lot of people don't like it, but I am pretty easy to please. And my sister likes it a lot. So I figured I should give it a shot. Yeah, the Chaos Dwarfs look good. Why am I so hungry? What the fuck? Like, I know I exercised this morning, like I did stuff, but I don't know why it's hitting me like now. I guess my blood sugar got low or something. You want goldfish? Chat, y'all want to say hi to Sadie? It's the Sadie girl. Sorry, the camera's all funky, so she kind of just looks like a void. Sadie? Sadie! What are you doing? What are you doing, puppy? What are you doing, big girl? You're all black, so you're just kind of a... You're just absorbing all the light. You don't want to go fish? You don't want to go fish? You can kind of see your eyeballs. What are you doing, Pup-Pup? What are you doing, Pup-Pup? Huh? Oh, you're gonna lay down the... Yeah, okay. Just like, leave me alone. I don't want to be bothered. They're releasing the next chapter of Epic in 2 days? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god, I'm so excited. Oh my god! Goldfish. Epic is so good, dude. Okay, y'all forgive me. I'm going to take it kind of easy on the voice acting for the next parts. I trust the two of you wouldn't dare to come back empty-handed. The second pass through Alembeck has removed nearly all impurities once contained in this water. Tattered cloth taken from the remnant of a powerful wraith. You finished painting Ushoran tonight? That's awesome! Congrats! I bet that was a project. Bloody brilliant. I'd take you over my muscle-headed halfwit of a husband any day. Now stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. I'm gonna take it easy on the voice acting just because I'm tired. Throw you bloody bugger, guide my skillet! She uses her skillet to heal and cook and then beat people. That's hilarious. That should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left out of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight in him. Look who I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Dalkarius, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sylvan ruins. We must go there with all haste. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What the seven hells are you standing around for? The future of Ul'dah is at stake. Dalkarius, my strength is yours as well, for Ul'dah and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband. What with you having more muscles than sense? If you're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm is key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I'm a warrior, not an heir. Yes, my lady. Fucking Hildebrand. Or fucking Gilgamesh. I say, Indiku. No, Enkidu. The burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Dalkarius. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Dalkarius and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends tried and true. But alas, not I. No, only one true friend I've ever known, she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me a great comfort in my travels. But you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me, even Dalkarius could not stand against our combined might. Chicken's like, wow, rude. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words and return to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! Ye gods! What was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me. And what? The crystals were... Did he just fucking... Oh my god. Did this motherfucker just primal summon Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice! Could it be? My faithful companion! Why must you always make me wait so? That motherfucker. Alright, this is the finale. What are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moonstick maid digging around at Silda excavation site with her mindset on turning Ulda into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hilde is most touching, but don't you worry. Mommy Dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. Huh. I must admit, I was not expecting a borderline zombie apocalypse scenario for the finale. Hey, Obakis, how you doing? How am I? Well, I'm doing great. We finished our Zodiac weapon. It's done. I've got the Zodiac Zeta. It's done. Oh, so happy. So that's exciting. And we're on the last part of the Hildebrand quest, for this chunk of it anyway. We managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead. Where your friends watch over her as we speak. You know how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her. But that crate she's sitting on just isn't just a makeshift chair. It's filled to the brim with traitor's spurn. One misstep and the consequences could be dire indeed. You are our only hope, Dalcarius. Even in her single-minded rage, surely the time you two spent together must still count for something. Chat, let me know, by the way, when it's been about 25 minutes from now. So, like, 25 minutes from right now, be like, Sotek, go get your food. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask that you step forward to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, Dalcarius. Surely if anyone could convince the woman to abandon her madness, it is you. You say to shout at Ellie. I don't even see her. Ellie! It's a nice sword you got there. Dalcarius, I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, which you so much as think of interfering. I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister, Cece, is already in custody. Surrender now, and I will see that no harm befalls her. Uh-oh. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Cece and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the olden dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness! I'm sorry, Inspector. Oh my! There's too many of them! Ah, I got this. stolen a good day's work for a Mandeville man! What? Oh my god, fucking Godbert. Oh my god. The man's unstoppable. Oh, Gilgamesh doesn't have the new Enkidu with him. Those are fast-moving zombies. You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildebrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far. And he's as good as 6 forms under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy and you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid that you underestimate me as well. Know me a splash of holy water could stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the good inspector's luck has finally run out. Those balls! Is there no end to them? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? Gilgamesh just nods. It's a shame to lose you, Dalcarius. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions! Oh my god, okay, that's genius writing. That is genius writing. That Hildebrand, who started off as a zombie, as the zombie emperor, comes back to take control. That is genius writing. Fucking Hildebrand is returned. Oh, that's fucking the way. Oh, that's so good. That's good writing. I appreciate that. That's impressive. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Bucket me with a broadsword, are my eyes to be believed? That pose! No, these are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light. Just so, my good man. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? I fucking love this. It's the reflection off the bald dude's head. Aye, we meet again, girl. Tell me you've got my Schnurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Master Eleazar. Cor, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible! The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master HILDEBRAND was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we must take action. And immunity to... I'm just gonna pretend that makes any kind of sense. It's over, Ellie. Hildebrand gotcha. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briardian, you said there was something you would tell me when it was all through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something. Someone with whom I intend never to part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your Gale cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? It's fucking genius how they wrapped up that zombie quest. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Ulda was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history. But know this, I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. Kind of somber. Why does he look so happy? Ahem! Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me! What are you doing? If you're done playing cloak and dagger, I require Darkarius' presence for a matter of far greater importance. Aye, the time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Really, dude? Why the long face, friend? Ah, but mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Oh. What? Could it be? The Treaty Blade! And the true one at that! None other! I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who could defeat me in single combat. Ah, but I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? Oh. Oh, she's big. Oh, be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Abomination! I'll thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. Ah, but 'twas the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crateful of crystals for Hildy's mother, and thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu was here. Then there came a flash from the heavens, and next thing I knew, there she was! By the gods, it makes perfect sense! Doubtless the crystal heard Greg's heartfelt plea in summoning forth his friend. Nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Dalcaris! You may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove so easy a task. And yet, I trust you not to shirk from the challenge. I, Enkidu, and I shall await you at Amdapur Keep. "'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for our climactic confrontation? You would claim the Treaty Blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu! To the skies! This is such a random addition at the end. 2 against 1? That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg! Come, Dalcarius, to Amdapur! This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. I'm right here. I'm the Scions. Oh, but of course! I near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our midst. Please, Dacarius, you are our only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. Speak with Hildebrand near the keep. Okay. I'll admit, I was not expecting a random boss battle. Up, whoop, whoop. I am! Dacarius, is that you? Pray forgive me. I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I will be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, I'll have to trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead. Together, we will reclaim the treaty blade from that knave, Dacarius. Yes, just go ahead. I'll be along directly. Battle in the Big Keep. Alex here as always. Better get your food in like 10 minutes. Is it that long of a boss fight? Probably push up against when you have to get your food. That's not a big deal. Battle in the Big Keep. See, I got a text saying my driver... Oh, it's here. Okay. I will be right back. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't suck. Smells good. Okay. Alright, so I've got turned on for normal. Fucking Gilgamesh. Thunderstorm. Man, it was so nice. We actually got rain here the other day. Or was it? I think it was yesterday. It was a nice old thunderstorm too. It was very nice. I love thunderstorms. Simon, thank you for the super chat. Will I play or stream Age of Mythology Retold? I really doubt it. I played the first game. That was enough. It didn't really, I don't know. It's not really a game that I would be interested in replaying. Like, I understand it's a remaster, but I don't know. It wasn't for me. Like, it was alright. It was fun. But there's like a million other things I'd rather do. You know, I'd rather do just so many things. There we go. Ow, that was really hot. What? Oh. That's very interesting. Okay. Here we go. Gilgamesh for the last time appear. At long last, we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall come to enjoy our little tussles, I think. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable, unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Ha! I still think his weapon looks too tiny for him. Focus Enkidu down. Gilgamesh is not the focus. Okay. Do I want these to cross? I assume not. Bring the purple lines together. Okay. Oh! We're all chicken. I don't want to be a okay, there we go. Fight on, Enkidu, my ever faithful. Enkidu, are our bonds of friendship so fragile? Me? Run away? Ha! I was but seeking out a more suitable spot to celebrate my victory. But enough exposition. Now we fight like men, and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it is transmogrifying time! I have my food. I got my food. I got it. Thank you. What the fuck? Oh. The mightiest warrior of the Greece Eorzea stands before you, by which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. He has 6 fucking arms. Oh, I'm not the only newbie in here. You'll have no quarter for me this time. Have at thee. He's got mechanics. Oh my god, there's so much happening. Well, this is a fun boss fight. Just a little more and I can limit break. Oh, baby. Limit break! Ooh. Woohoo! Enough expository banter. To think that my full complement of arms would avail me not. No more hijinks, O Gilgamesh. You have my word. The Treaty Blade too, I shall return it. Just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled puissance. Spare my insignificant life, I beg you. Gilgamesh is finally beaten. Ba, 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 bum. I got Enkidu! I got the chicken! Hooray! Do you think the deep mechanic helps Belagar the most? Yeah, I think so. The fact that it lets him move to Carrick Apex is great. Not! Ha! I lied! Again! Like a rug. Oh, me. You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power, and not think the strongest of swords will suffice. Warrior of Light, you have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For sure as day follows night, the hour will come when I claim it as mine own. Till we meet again. Fucking Gilgamesh. Man, Japan really likes their... Oh, he has 8 arms, not 6. Japan really likes their villains that get used an obscene number of times. What ho, Dalcarius? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle has already been won? That is triumphant news indeed! Clearly the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies somewhere hidden in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry and Inspector Extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? Who wants my Zodiac weapon? Over my dead fucking body. Mayor Rod, have a good night! Thanks so much for coming to hang out. Dalcarius, what news of the Primal and the Treaty Blade? Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildebrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design! Such craftsmanship! At once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of Lost Silda. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' name through the mud. And how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. Ah, what I wouldn't have given to see it. The ultimate achievement, the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is this? The ring casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true. Azima's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the Warrior of Light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends! Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. He runs like a toddler with that thing. Behold, safe in my hands none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, yes, just like that. I swear unto you, then... My word, whatever is this odd tinkling sensation? Ridiculous! Hildebrand isn't a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the Treaty Blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light! Someone stop it! I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon! Godbert went into combat. Bye, Hildebrand. Well, I dare say to prove that is a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the Treaty Blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended, I must say. I never expected it to quite literally be a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector! Oh, Inspector, wait for me! Those balls, Hildy! First you almost died at your poor mother's feet, and now you fly after God knows where without even giving her a kiss goodbye! Ho ho ho! It appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildebrand, as it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy! When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Sylvan incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light? Well, the Treaty Blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Balladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes. It's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case. And still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. A gentleman to the end. A bloody bastard. Oh, that's cool. It creates like an Aurora Borealis type thing. Hugh, have a good night. Wow, he is really going. What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye? A curious scent wafting in the winds from a far-flung land? Do I smell a case? Ha ha ha! Worry not for me, my friends, for wherever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildebrand, shall be there, till we meet again! So we got the wind-up gentleman, Manderville clothes, and most gentlemanly. All right, and that's the end of that. Which means I can eat my dinner. We have finished the Hildebrand: A Realm Reborn storyline. I'm curious how much of the cast will return in the future episodes. All the villains. Well, that was fun. Hildebrand will return? I like that he blasts off to the DLC. Or the... not the DLC, the patch. Fuck it. Why? What is the point of that? Ooh. Good riddance. Fuck that thing. No, die. You're gross. I hate you. All right. We did it. We finished the Hildebrand storyline. That was fun. It is a long, it's a long story, but that was enjoyable. Very good, very good, very good. So the next question is, are y'all cool with me just kind of eating my food and we chat for a bit? I don't know if y'all want to chat about like Total War or Warhammer or how terrible GW's show was earlier today or Final Fantasy or whatever. But I'm gonna eat my dinner before it gets too cold. HILDEBRAND's fun though. Send me a gift on Steam? Uh-oh. Thank you for the super chat.
Mornington Crescent cheered. X100. Can we get Dalgrius in the gentlemanly attire?
Oh, yes. That would make sense, wouldn't it? I suppose that's only fair. No. Actually doesn't look too terribly horrible in these. It doesn't give you the whole outfit, though. It only gives you some of the outfit. We also got a new emote. We got most gentlemanly. Ah, yes. Marvelous. Put that on the favorites immediately. Sign, I don't see anything on Steam. I'm looking right at it. Maybe it's just taking a minute. Looks like it could have used more sauce, but we'll see. Please don't suck, please don't suck, please don't suck, please don't suck. Very good. What's your take on known guys losing their repeater rifles? It's a shame. I mean, I understand why GW did it. They wanted the unit to be accurate to its tabletop counterpart. But I will say that they have a bit more of a struggle as far as like what their exact role is. The shotguns, or the repeater rifle was nice because it made them feel like a really powerful ranged unit that you wanted to get in close because they didn't have that long of range, which was like, oh, that's why they have like such good armors, because like they're likely to get melee because the range is so short. Whereas when you make them into just really, really skilled rifles, like they trade better at range, but it doesn't have the same thing. Oh, wait. You said a gift on stream. I thought you said a gift on Steam. Scion, what did you send it via? Oops, I didn't mean to hit that. Oh, you do mean Steam. Okay. So, chat, question. Are the Hildebrand quests like the other stuff y'all talked about, where it gets way better after a Realm Reborn? Or does Hildebrand kind of hover around that level of quality? Because that was good. It was a fun story. I mean, I really enjoyed the finale until the Gilgamesh fight. Like, the Gilgamesh fight was fun, but it felt randomly tacked on. Whereas, like, all the zombie stuff with Hildebrand coming back as the Emperor Zombie and everything, that was hilarious. Like, that was genuinely really well written. Now, I'll tell you what, though, I do not miss wearing... I used to wear tuxedos and suits all the fucking time. I do not miss doing that. Pain in the ass. Hated that shit. Mary Rod, you said you were going to bed. Get the fuck out of here. Go to bed. Oh, interesting. Hildebrand doesn't even get a chapter in Shadowbringers. Huh. Insomnia brought you back. All right, chat. Here's a stupid question for you. Just because, I don't know, I want to have some interaction with y'all while I'm eating. Who is your favorite VTuber, if you have one? Oh, okay, Scion. I will accept this on the condition that you understand that this is not going to happen for a while. Like, not this year. Definitely not this year. Probably next year. But definitely not this year. If you're okay with waiting that long, then I'll accept it. But, like, this is not going to happen anytime soon. Because I can tell you the next big game I want to do after like we get through the story of Final Fantasy, though, you know, I'll do stuff intermits. But like the next big thing I want to do is Elden Ring. I really want to do a playthrough of Elden Ring. In fact, you know what? Wouldn't it be better for me not to accept this, Scion, and we wait? And maybe we can get it on, like, a really nice sale later? Instead of doing it now? Because it'll probably be way cheaper if you wait. It's actually pretty good. It's not the best chicken parm I've ever had, but it's certainly acceptable. Black Myth Wukong, how is that? Has anybody played that? I mean, it looks pretty. Neurosama's goated, dude. Neurosama's so fucking funny. I mean, I know it's just an AI, but like, goddamn, the Neurosama is hysterical. I wish I was as funny as that stupid AI is. Hako Bales. Oh, that's the rat VTuber, right? The Skaven VTuber? Australian? If memory serves. I've seen some really good fan art of her that always makes me laugh. Because it's like, she looks like her normal, you know, cute, sexy, whatever self. And she's leading like a giant horde of Skaven. It's always so funny to me. Because the juxtaposition works really well. Where it's just like this cute anime girl in the middle of like a giant army of horrifying rat men. Hilarious. Like, that's peak. It looks kind of like a boss rush game. Oh, I actually find that more interesting then. Is it a roguelike or is it like a adventure game like God of War? Maybe a little less open worldy. My butt looks really good in these pants. Like, my butt looks really good in these pants. Just saying. It's more like God of War. Okay. Matara? I'm aware of Matara. I should start watching Matara more. I know she likes 40K. Because I've seen that she does streams with whatever that one dude's name is. Bricky, I think. I need to watch his content and like figure out what makes his content so appealing to viewers. And see if I can find a way to like distill the essence of it and remake it for a fantasy audience. Because he's done a lot of those like intro to 40K things, as opposed to being like a specialist like Luton. I'm curious what makes him so popular. I think I'm too old for that question. You're never too old for VTubers. I mean, they're just content creators. It's just that they use a little virtual avatar. I'd like to be one day. I don't know Frederick Knudsen. That one does not ring a bell for me. Sayu, yeah, Sayu's pretty popular. Amelie, Brookie started doing fancy stuff. To my understanding, it's just been like their podcast, I think. Which I dread watching that, I feel like. I feel like I'm gonna watch that and it's just gonna be like wrong stuff everywhere. Like, it's just gonna be like lore errors as far as the eye can see. Pippa? Pipkin Pippa? Pippa's fucking hilarious. Pippa's one of those people that I watch and I'm like, this is funny, and she's very funny, but it's really difficult to tell how much of this is, oh, haha, funny girl is funny, and how much of this is, no, this woman is legitimately, like, unhinged. Like, she is a danger to herself and those around her. Really hard to tell with that one. Yeah, Lucy Pyre's hilarious. Lucy Pyre does a lot of really good stuff. I mean, my favorite is definitely Grimmy, but I also consider Grimmy a friend, so I guess that's kind of cheating. But to be fair, I watched her content before counting her as a friend, so I didn't know her before then. I knew her as a VTuber first and a friend later. What is your favorite random piece of Empire lore? You know what? Dude, I'm James. I would say my favorite random bit of Empire lore is that the entire concept of the flagellant was started like 2,400 years ago by accident. Because what happened was like the first ever like big proponent of the Sigmarite faith, Johann Hellstrom, who I think was the first, I believe he was the first Grand Theogonist, but he was the guy that really like led the charge on making Sigmar a god. And the whole thing that happened was that he was at I think he was like at an inn or a tavern or something, and he was trying to light up his pipe so he could smoke, and he he ends up lighting his own beard on fire. And when he lights his beard on fire, he starts like screaming and hitting himself trying to put the fire out. And a number of fairly unhinged devotees of Sigmar like saw this incident go down, and they interpreted it as like, oh, this is something we should emulate in order to revere Sigmar, is that we should torture ourselves in order to like honor him. So this whole movement of people who become obsessed with the idea of whipping themselves, burning themselves, starving themselves, you know, rejecting worldly comforts, and suffering in Sigmar's name was not started by, like, a genuine crackpot. It was started by an accident. Which is great. What are my least favorite changes to the old world? Mostly just lore stuff. A lot of just silly, stupid mistakes. Like the whole thing of, oh god, I'm trying to think of. I think one of the biggest things I really hate is how Games Workshop, instead of trying to do something new with the old world, has used so much nostalgia bait that they've completely fucked the lore in order to make it work. Where they've taken a bunch of creations and things that were invented in, like, the modern age and basically went, oh, no, they were actually invented or been around like 200 years beforehand, instead of making something new, which is really annoying. Like, did we need Malachi McKyson's Goblin Hewer in the old world? No. And putting it in the old world just, like, makes a lot of stuff just weird. I mean, that's my biggest grievance with it, is that the setting feels really lazy. Because the vast majority of it is nostalgia bait. And it's just about, like, oh, how much money can we extract from people by playing on them trying to recapture their, like, childhood by releasing really old, grossly overpriced minis that people remember from, like, 20 years ago. Because despite the designs being super old and taking significantly less practice and effort than modern minis, they're still just as expensive. And it's dumb. Like, I feel like it's genuinely just like, I wouldn't care as much if it was like, oh hey, we're gonna re-release these kits as like celebration stuff. So like, oh, we wanna celebrate a lot of your old favorite minis from Warhammer Fantasy across the decades. So like what they did with Prince Ulthar's Raiders, I thought that was fine. Like where they're like, oh look, we're gonna bring back Prince Ulthar's guys. They don't actually have any rules, but you can use them as some things, but you know, we're just re-releasing them for fun. Like, that's fine. What I hate is them coming out of left field and being like, oh yeah, we don't want you to use anything but the old minis for like the setting. Like, oh, you want to play Warriors of Chaos? Well, we want you to use the actual old Warrior of Chaos minis, not the new Age of Sigmar Warrior of Chaos minis. And it's like, why the fuck would I ever do that? Like, no, that's stupid. I want to use the new minis that look way better. And they're like more easy to like do cool things with, and like are made from better materials and yada yada yada. Sorry, I get bitchy when I think about it. And like the fact that I know for a fact, like this is not like a, like I know for a fact from a incredibly, insanely reliable source that the old world was originally supposed to have the vast majority, if not all, of the races that were available at the end of Fantasy. And then the Age of Sigmar team and the old world team got into a bitch fight. And so now they're like forcing the two of them to divide. Oh my god, it makes me so mad. Would it be okay to be the guy that builds Warhammer just set his to place pieces? Yeah, of course. You can do whatever you want with the hobby, dude. Would they be mad if I use Dark Oak Marauder? No, no, no. Nobody you would ever meet would be mad about that. The only person that would be mad about that would be some executive dumbass back at GW headquarters. But nobody you will personally meet will care. Nicholas the Ridiculous, you're being ridiculous. Nah, dude, nobody cares if you play the game or not. Enjoy the hobby however you want to enjoy it. Whether that's you just want to paint the minis, or you only want to play the game, so you don't collect minis, or you just read the lore and you don't have anything to do with minis, like you don't play the game or paint. Like, nah, whatever floats your boat, man. And if anyone ever gives you shit about it, they're fucking assholes. Have I done the Arising event? Yes, we did it earlier. So I have canonically met Yoshi P. Now, I fucking hate when people try to gatekeep any aspect of the hobby. No reason for it. If you want to 3D print all your minis, great. If you just want to get Warhammer minis and use them for D&D, great. If you just don't want anything to do with minis and just want to read the lore, great. If you want to play the battle game and don't want any minis, so you borrow armies, great. Like, whatever makes you happy, dude. Don't ever let somebody say like, oh, you're not Warhammering right. Like, just tell them to go eat a dick. Literally, the only thing I can think of that you should not do is like take like an army and make it all like Nazi themed and dress up like a Nazi. Like, don't do that. Don't be a piece of shit. Which you may think, well, that's ridiculous. No one would do that. And you'd be wrong. There are 40k people who have done that. So don't be that guy. If you feel the compulsion to be that guy, go see a therapist. Because you got problems. Purifying property, cleanse temperance. That will be unlikely. Cool if it works though. Yeah, Nicholas, there's a lot of people in the hobby who are like just painters or collectors. I mean, a lot of the people that compete for Golden Demons don't even play the game. They just paint minis. That's a goated armor. Thank you. I'm very fond of my armor. And we finally colored everything so it looks really nice. And we have a nice super weapon. That took literally dozens of hours to get. I think I look pretty cool. In fairness, the hate in the community's been there a long time. That's why they had to stop putting writers' names on stuff. Well, so you're not wrong, but it's very convenient for Games Workshop that they go, oh, well, to protect our writers, we have to stop giving credit. That's bullshit. Games Workshop doesn't like to put the names of authors, and they don't like to put the names of artists on their associated works, because then Games Workshop can give the idea and the impression that everything you're seeing is them. It's a conglomerate. It's not an individual. Games Workshop really, really, really enjoys not crediting people. They really like saying, oh, who painted this mini? The heavy metal team did. We're not going to say who on the team did it. We're not going to tell you their names or show you their picture or anything, because you might want to like hire that person or may want to like follow that person. We don't want you to do that. We want you to follow us. Who wrote this book? Oh, well, we don't want you to know that. Who wrote these rules? Oh, well, we don't want you to know that. Who made this art? Oh, we don't want you to know that. Like, GW is notorious for that shit. Sotek, do you ever think the IP of Warhammer will branch out into mainstream show desk animation? I already did. Already happened. Warhammer 40K is getting very big billing on an upcoming Amazon show that's celebrating video games. And that show is going to be ludicrously popular. Like, that show is going to be insane. And 40K was like literally the first one they showed off. And that one's already done. Like, that's not even considering that Henry Cavill is also working on some alleged 40K show as well. Which is an entirely different thing. Yeah, I've heard Idris Elba's voice acting in it, yeah. He's been getting a lot of voice acting stuff lately. I mean, he was in Cyberpunk. He voices Knuckles. I mean, the 40K thing as well. I mean, yeah, good for him. Speaking of Knuckles, anyone else like super fucking excited for Sonic 3? I am. Like, oh, I'm so excited for Sonic 3. Sonic 3 comes out the same weekend as the Mufasa movie. Dude, Sonic is gonna obliterate the Mufasa movie. If they do like an orchestral rework or anything for Live and Learn, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Live and learn. Sonic Adventure Battle 2 was like a major aspect of my childhood. Like, I don't care how bad that game runs. That game was everything to me. Everything. But like, we're getting Shadow, and we're getting Gerald Robotnik, and we're getting Fat Robotnik. Oh, I'm so excited for Fat Robotnik, dude. I'm so excited for Fat Robotnik. Ibergauss, dude, I was also a Nintendo kid. That's why I love Sonic Adventure Battle 2 so much, because it was on the GameCube. The only thing I'm worried about is I've heard supposedly that Jim Carrey is done after this one. Like, this is the last time he's gonna do Eggman. I hope that's not true, but... Because, to be frank, Jim Carrey is a fucking awesome Dr. Eggman. He's perfect for Dr. Eggman. Yeah, that's what. See, I thought the same thing. I thought that I thought I'd read that he was done after 2 as well. I'm so happy he's back. I mean, he seems to love the role. He seems to genuinely love playing Dr. Robotnik. Probably just gave him a blank check. Maybe. Well, the thing about Eggman is, like, you can't really, like, it's hard to have Sonic without Eggman. Like, even if he's not the villain, it's hard not to have him in there somewhere. Was there a Sonic game released in the last decade? Oh, yeah. They did a lot of, they've done a lot of, like, I don't know what to call them. Kind of like celebration type games. Yeah, but my biggest hope for the Sonic series is I hope it gets stupid enough. I hope it gets stupid and crazy enough that they give us chaos. I want chaos so bad. Like, Chaos is my favorite villain from the Sonic franchise. I also really hope we get Rouge. I really hope Rouge the Bat comes in. Just because there's part of me that's so bad wants to see how they would try to handle Rouge. Like, okay guys, how are we gonna handle the CGI Batgirl that is just one of the sluttiest character designs in Nintendo history? Like, her tits are popping. She's got a big ass, and like she's literally like a sex icon for so many kids that grew up confused in the early 2000s. How are we gonna do this? Because, I mean, I remember being in that, like, 11 to 13-year-old ballpark and seeing Rouge the Bat being like, holy shit! Like, there were neurons firing. My young brain had no hope. I was powerless. You know, it's kind of like how a lot of people grew up with, like the original Robin Hood movie. Or, not the original, the Robin Hood cartoon. A lot of people were watching it as kids, and like Mary Magdalene comes on, they're like, what's going on here? Like, what's happening here? There's something suspicious about this. Meanwhile, some executive is like greedily rubbing their hands together saying like, I'm gonna get all those young perverts. They don't even know what the word means yet, but they will. They will. Morning to Crescent, thanks. Thanks. Ah, it burns! Oh, okay, that didn't work. Yikes. Let's cure them of their tempering. Proceeds to immolate them. pouch of sacred ash has been prepared for the purpose of cleansing the tempered of the Ifrit. Lord Ifrit, your servant needs you. Okay, so none of these fuckers are being healed, which is problematic. Ah, the dapper zombies. To think this is where it all began. Where I began the quest of gentlemanly conduct. The Pink Ranger, nice. I don't know if I remember the character that was like my sexual awakening. I don't think I remember what character did that for me. Nothing comes to mind. I think if I, like, saw something, a part of my brain would be like, aha! On to the main story quest after dailies? No. It's gonna be, really late once we're done with dailies, so I think we're gonna call it there for the night after dailies. But we got so much done. Like, Hildebrand, done. The relic weapon, done. The seasonal events, done. So next time we're purely gonna do main story quests, though I may also start working on some other careers. Here are the materials for your divinations, good sir. Yes, the treasure Fenland will be put to good use, sir. Mystics will be pleased. These prophetic rituals were once traditional among all Amalja, but the old ways are being forgotten. Once the old ones have been scribed in our battle path decided, we shall find further need for your assistance. Though we are about to get the next tier for these guys. Yes, here are the arms from the U tribe. Yes, the weapons of the Mikote are distinct from any the Amalja would craft. I will return these treasures to their forgotten spring heirs and salvage some measure of honor for my people. Honored ally, once more you show a true warrior spirit. Words are as wind, but your deeds mark your path to greatness. Alright, and this unlocks the next tier of this society. Oh, this is with the character who I would marry. Do you know of the Forgotten Springs, the Mikote settlement found in the south of the Sogoli Desert? We just received urgent word from Lunga. She reports that a hunting party from the U tribe village was ambushed by a sizable Amalja force. Those that were not massacred outright were dragged away by the raiders. They have likely already been tempered. Lunga mentions, however, that one of the Mikote was nimble enough to evade capture and flee into hiding. We have no alliance with the U tribe's people, but we cannot close our eyes to an act perpetuated by the very foe we so greatly despise. With a chance to strike a blow at our enemy, we will go to war for Forgotten Springs. Be my spear, honored ally, and I shall hurl you into the midst of Zanarak. Lunga awaits reinforcements to the southeast. Join her strength to hers and do what must be done to rescue this lone, courageous Mikote ranger. Yeah, Lunga is, yeah, she is, big yeah. I think you missed my question last Q&A. What was the relationship between Arnessa and Count Noctilus? Bad. It was a bad relationship. Noctilus had attacked her already. Like, she had fought with him before. And suffered some pretty devastating losses. So when, like, look at this chick, dude. Look at her. Like, she's got a fiery attitude, but, like, look at her. She's literally just, fucking Princess Mononoke or whatever. Oh my god. Awesome. Gods be good. When I requested reinforcements, I did not expect the war leader to send you. But But, so yeah, Arnessa and Count Noctilus, bitter enemies. They fought a couple times. Arnessa was even captured at one point by one of the castles full of undead within the Maelstrom, before, like, kicking ass and busting her way out. But, yeah, their relationship would not be good. Granted, in the actual Dreadfleet story, Noctilus never talks. Like, he never says anything. You only get the perspective of the heroes, not of the Dreadfleet. And, Arnessa, like, she hates Noctilus, and she plays a key role in bringing him down. But, you don't actually get to see them really interact much. She just talks about that she had fought him before, and basically managed to, like, get away. And just as before, you are too slow to respond. While I sat here, grinding my teeth in frustration, I watched as the Flame Fangs discovered the Rangers' hiding spot and hauled her off to their encampment. The encampment is their forward base, and as such, the place is awash with alert and wary soldiers. The two of us would fare poorly against such numbers. Without a cunning plan, that is. You, my eager outsider, will use my mount to sow a trail of chaos amongst their ranks. Listen carefully. The Amalja like to stockpile the oil they use to light their watchfires and such. Seek out the barrels and tap the Drake's head. That is the command for him to spit a gout of flame. The resulting explosion should be enough of a distraction for me to slip in and free the captured Mikote. Once you've freed yourself of angry Amalja, meet us beyond the edge of the camp where the desert begins. Yes, ma'am. Blup, 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 blup. I love the salamanders. They're so cool. I'm here to burn your shit. Damn it. That's two. And a three. Nice try, assholes. Unapa. Thank you. I was certain my time had come. The Lisbon fell upon us so swiftly we had not the time to react. Your companion, the one who freed me, she seems so familiar. Even riding a Drake, you still somehow managed to arrive last. I thought perhaps you had been caught in an explosion and burned to a crisp. A pleasant thought, but apparently not the case. Uloon! Could that really be you? We had thought you long perished. No, I'm sure of it. Your voice is unmistakable. I recall the many days we spent laughing and chatting in the springs. I don't know you or your damnable springs. I am Loon Ga, a warrior of the Brotherhood of Ash. My people are the Amalja, proud and strong. You have the wrong Mikote. I'm heading back to camp. See this hunter safely home before you return to the Ring of Ash. No escort will be necessary. I am a hunter of the U tribe. If I cannot cross the sands alone, I do not deserve to return at all. I would, however, have you visit the springs in any case, adventurer. There is more to your friend, to Uloon, that you should know. She got adopted by the Beastie Boys, huh? We meet again, adventurer. I needed to tell you that your companion is, without a doubt, the little loon I used to know. There must be some pressing reason for her subterfuge. Many of our tribe were close with Ulun. They may help you to understand why Ulun hides behind that mask, and how you might best help her. I'm guessing her face got burned, if I had to. Ulun. Of course I knew her. She was my blood sister. We were both daughters of the former nun, though our mothers were not the same. You find my choice of tense confusing. She is dead, stranger. Slain alongside her mother more than 5 years ago. I did not witness the incident myself, but I will never forget the sudden pain of her loss. Interesting. It is not uncommon to hear of skirmishes between our people and the Amalja. The lizardmen do not respect our territory, and they interfere with our hunts. The desert suffers for their presence. Maybe the tempered ones. Ulun. Yes, I remember the name. She was a quiet girl, too timid to even slap at the biting desert flies. The lizardmen took her away from us, and for that I shall never forgive them. Well, she was well liked, at least. It is said that a hunting party was set upon by the Amalja. Many of my kin have not returned from the sands. Must the tragedies of the past be so faithfully repeated? Mood definitely seems a little sour. The fuck? Wait. Oh, go back to the Ring of Ash. Okay. That'll be faster to teleport. I'm coming home. You're late. I might have thought you delayed by a well-booked worm, but the cloying pity in your eyes tells the tale. Do they mourn for me in Forgotten Springs? Look at me, adventurer. This is an Amalja battle mask, given to me by the war leader himself. It is worn only by those who have chosen the path of the warrior. You likely heard stories from the rangers of how I was taken or killed during an Amalja raid all those years ago. They are right, and they are wrong. I know not how I survived the attack, but it was Hamuj Ga who found me as I stumbled through the desert, barely conscious and badly wounded. He gazed down upon my battered face and gave me a simple choice. Linger here and die, or come with me and fight. It was then that I made the decision to discard my past, my family, my tribe, my very identity. I was reborn into the Brotherhood of Ash, existing for no other purpose but to feed the fires of my vengeance. This mask is a symbol of my resolve. It represents my transformation into an Amalja soldier, strong and proud. I tell you this not to justify my deceit, but to dam the flood of your foolish questions before it begins. Now stow your unwanted sympathy and make your report to the war leader. See? I adore her. She's a badass. Honored ally. With your continued aid, the Brotherhood of Ash will rekindle the glory of our past. As once did our ancestors, we shall forge of steel our bodies and spirits, and greet death with honor. To no gods will we beg, nor against the meek raise arms. We are warriors, walkers of the path of righteous battle. We do not kneel to claim our strength. Live by these words, and your soul too shall burn as brightly. Woo! Reputation up. We are now recognized. Okay, now I can turn in this quest. So, it seems the Sacred Ash failed to have the desired effect. Our mystics will be most disappointed. But the Brotherhood of Ash does not buckle at the slightest sign of hardship. We shall learn from this failure, redouble our efforts to concoct a cure. We may yet be the first to reclaim a tempered mind from the abyss of madness. That'd be pretty intense, bro. Oh, they sell bolts, ingot, and dye. Cool. A steel exchange? Oh, they have a special resource. Okay. Oh, did my dailies reset? No, he just offers me more, I guess. Weird. The madness of a Zaharak kid knows no bounds. Seeking to swell the numbers of temper, they prey upon the rangers of Forgotten Springs with even greater frequency. They bring shame upon the Amalja with every new servant bound to your freak's will. We are honor-bound to rescue these unfortunate Mikote before the ritual of tempering is begun. The hated Flame Fangs will pay in blood for these transgressions if you make swift passage to Xanarak and unleash righteous wrath upon their ranks. Seek out the ones known as Ravagers. These soldiers hold the keys you will need to free the captives from their cages. Oh yeah, we've done the beacon one. I know for a fact we've done that. This guy's new. The Smith. Right where it hurts. I see panic among the ranks of Zaharak fools. It is your deeds, honored ally, that have sown these seeds of discord. Even the priests who command our enemies have begun to show themselves in plain sight. The disruptions to their summoning preparations do not sit well with them. Let us further stir the pot, fellow warrior. I bid you to slay the members of Ifrit's clergy, the Zaharak thaumaturges, and their bodyguard pugilists as well. Seize from their lifeless shells what ritual tools and offerings they carried. Leave their brethren nothing with which to perform their unholy rites. Greetings, honored ally. Have you heard the murmuring around the camp? It seems a bedraggled merchant has wandered close to the Ring of Ash after escaping a Flamefang attacker. Our scout reports that the single ambusher appeared more interested in the trader's cargo, a number of boxes that drew our addled kin's undivided attention. I strongly suspect that only a haul of crystals would outweigh the value of a potential tempered slave. If this is true, we cannot allow the contents of those boxes to reach the Zaharak Amalja and their summoning rituals. And considering the circumstance of his misfortune, I think it best you be the one to approach this trader and confirm my suspicions. Down somewhere it hurts. Do you know, honored ally, what is most distasteful to the Amalja? Simple water. As a people with an affinity for flame, we require very little of the liquid compared to other races. In fact, ingesting too much water could be as deadly to us as imbibing poison. Fun fact, us too. Among the Amalja, any who drinks water in excess is considered a fool, and in the same vein, dousing an opponent with the substance constitutes the gravest form of humiliation. Have you perhaps divined my intent? I mean to subject the Flame Fangs to the most crushing manner of defeat. Their flickering spirit for battle shall not withstand the insult you shall deliver. Seek out the strongest Flame Fangs in Xanarak, and at the moment they bow to your superior might, pour upon their heads a deluge of freezing water. I like it. We insult and beat them. Troubled trader. Oh, thank Nald, an adventurer! I just suffered an attack at the hands of an Amaljan ruffian. I managed to escape with my life, but the brute made off with my cargo of crystals. The last I saw of the fiend, he was stumbling off to the south with my boxes, precariously balanced one atop the other. Can't imagine he made it very far. Perhaps you might still catch the vile brigand. Got it, boss. Hey, Jaka, how you doing? Good to see you. Where are you, you son of a bitch? That was a different quest than I thought. Whatever. A win's a win, as they say. Did I see the road maps? Yes, I saw the road maps. You know, they were alright. The whole show was a bit of a letdown. It was rather shocking how little Games Workshop had to show. I mean, normally Nova is supposed to be a pretty big fucking deal. And GW just kind of showed up with nothing, which was shocking, to say the least. When can they expect more of the Druchii campaign? Soon. Maybe, like, tomorrow? Or I guess later today? Somewhere in that vague ballpark, mayhaps. No promises, though. But soon. I definitely do want to get back to it. Don't get me wrong, I was having a good time. Especially since we actually got Grombergdal on our side. Oh, praise the 12! I thought this was the end! Yeah, get out of here. Excuse me? Oh, praise the 12! I thought this was the end. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me that they're going High Elves and Empire. I'm excited for the High Elves book, I'm not gonna lie. The Empire book, I'm dreading, to be honest. I'm so scared of what they're gonna do with the Empire. It's like, the lore has been kinda shaky for some of the other factions, but I feel like the Empire is gonna be a mess. Wait, is this for another key? I don't need any more keys. Oh, no, this is the water one. Enjoy a flask of water, bitch. Oh, was that water? It was indeed. Get owned, son. Get owned. You're still salty about the Grombergdal Alliance? What do you mean? What do you mean? What's there to be salty about? It turned out cool. Damn you, the shame of it. I can't believe he made sure I was well hydrated, the bastard. Come and die, nerds. Box of crystals. Yoink. Another box of crystals. The doofus is just dropping them all over the place. What a silly goose. What a silly goose. And get dunked on. Alright. Now I just need that box of crystals, and then we can reclaim the dude's wagon. Oh, you're a big boy. Yoink. A sprout! How am I liking the game so far? I'm having a great I should include that in my title, shouldn't I? When I play this game more often. Be like, sprout person. I'm having a great time with it. We're a pretty good ways along now. I have taken my sweet time, we'll say, through Realm Reborn. But I've been having a blast with it. We actually just today finished the Hildebrand storyline for a Realm Reborn, which was a lot of fun. In the main story, we're at 2.4, but I am moderately insane. And as you can see here, I have my Zodiac Zeta weapon on my Lancer. So I have finished the Zodiac quest line. The Zodiac weapon quest line. Because I hate myself. Is my understanding of what I did there. It took a good number of hours. But it's a pretty weapon! It's been a lot of fun, though. I've had a good time with it. We finished the Akadal 9 storyline. So the Akadal 9, which is the what do you call them? The Birdmen Beast Tribe, that's done. And I'm also, let's see, yeah, I'm a level 60 Dragoon. I got to level 53, I think, on Leatherworker or something like that. I'm ruined! Ruined! Why did I choose this route? Why did I not listen to the warnings? Here's all your crystals, dude. You rescued my cargo of crystals? Huzzah! A wonder you are, sir. A god's blessed wonder. Why did you carry all those boxes anyway? So I have to retrieve my wagon before I can be on my way. Well, I'll let you deal with that. Yeah, so really the only thing we have left to do in Realm Reborn is finish the main story quest. Makote, our captive no longer? Truly, you safeguard our honor with your every deed. As well, the fate sought to send us such an accomplished warrior. With every victory, we come closer to restoring the heritage that was lost. Stay with us, honored ally, and you will be replayed in glory. Worthy display of courage? Yeah. Done all those. These weaklings that beseech a god for strength and earn nothing through honorable battle deserve nothing. Slaughter of priests and seize with them their damned ritual tools. Okay. You pulled the fangs off our enemy, honored ally. The thaumaturges were foolish to so reveal themselves. Every mistake they make shall cost them dearly. And should they endeavor to fashion new tools for their rights, we'll have the perfect warrior to once more unleash into their midst. So my suspicions were correct, and you have returned the crystals to the traitor. I thank you for averting this disaster. We're fortunate for your aid, honored ally. I fear the intervention of the Brotherhood would have only exasperated matters. You seem surprised, honored ally. Did the intensity of their reaction surprise you? You may as well soak them with burning oil, such was their shame. The mood of our camp is much lightened thanks to your deeds. Though we could not witness their defeat directly, such victories do much to improve morale. Alright, well there you go, boss. Yeah, so you can see we're sworn with the Ixal. Okay, so I've got a couple more quests I can still do today for dailies. Let's do... Who are the other tribes? Sylphs, Kobolds, and Sahagin. Let's do Sahagin. Sahagin are fun. So, Lenosha, and it's... Oh god. It's... Western Lenosha. Yeah. Anything on Anurian the Green or artificial plants? What? Anurian the Green? what book are you from? Oh, Defenders of World 1. Yeah, this character's really fun. Yeah, Anarian's a fun character. So Anarian is only in that book. He exists purely within that novel, but he's a fun, fairly powerful wizard in his own right. Yeah, I mean, he's fun. He's cool. I would say just read the book. I don't think there's really much I could add about him there. Plus, I haven't read The Sons of Aurelian in a hot minute. It's a really fun. I highly recommend The Sons of Aurelian, which is 2 books. It's a 2-part series, but I would highly recommend it if you're a fan of High Elves or Dark Elves. It's a really good series. And it covers a pretty crazy storyline. A lot of like your favorite special characters show up, which is really fun. Alright. The Coral Tridents have erected battle standards mere paces from the tide gates. It seems dangerous to me to let them so provoke the soldiers who man the walls. I know the Clutchfather counsels discussion over destruction, but unlike my spawn brother Pew, I do not think the Tridents would respond well to a polite request. I believe a small act of vandalism is in order. Take these flint stones and strike sparks under their war banners. They should burn nicely. Skullduggery. Ill news, Finless One. My watchful spawn brothers witnessed a group of young Trident warriors sneaking around the coastline in an attempt to bypass the defenses of the tide gates. Assuming they have been successful, these impatient infiltrators will have already taken up position in the shadows around the Shorewalker camp. Now they await but the opportunity to strike. If you are quick about tracking them down, perhaps you can convince them to abandon this folly before any damage is done. Should they refuse to heed your warnings, then do what must be done. I will not long grieve for kin that place our entire race in jeopardy. One of my spawn brothers has spied Coral Trident warriors gloating over a catch of Shorewalker soldiers. If they do not kill these captives outright, they mean to have them drowned. Ordinarily, I would not concern myself with the fate of a few finless fighters, but enslaving them to Lord Leviathan's will is sure to invite retaliation. And we do not need a squad of wrathful troops clanking through the middle of our spawning grounds. They slay some of ours, and we respond by slaying more of theirs. It achieves nothing. It would be best for all involved to set these prisoners free. Yes, the Tridents have posted sentries to guard the captives and keep watch for rescue parties. Each will likely have a key that fits but one set of manacles. All the better to prevent an easy escape. Suppose you might first try attacking the guards to surrender their keys. When they inevitably attack you, none can say that they didn't deserve their fate. Flint. Cha. What am I looking for here? There he is. Sahagin Infiltrator. Any who oppose the will of the Trident must fall. Your fucking funeral, bro. They're like all over the fucking place. Alright. Another one. An ally of our prisoners, and you shall share their fate. Oh, I don't. Give me the key. Give me the key! Alright, y'all need to skedaddle. My thanks! free, you'll be in my prayers tonight, sir. As I should. Hi, I can make a run for it. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. No, no, no. Damn it. Didn't want to do that, but whatever. A little standard. Don't mind me as I just burn you up. Alright, I just need to track down that last infiltrator. Way the fuck out here for some reason. I'll never abandon our purpose. Well, then have fun dying. Right, turn all these in. And then I could do one more daily because I got like an awkward reset type thing. Well done, Shorewalker. A simple act to be sure, but you have struck a subtle blow for our cause. My clutch mates think me hot-headed. Clutch Mother Nov scolds me for my temper. The direct approach is the only approach when it comes to the Coral Tridents. And do not forget, all we do to prevent a greater conflict with your people. So, the infiltrators all lie slain. I expected as much, but I'd hoped they would listen to reason. Perhaps if my kin continue to fail in this manner, they will one day reconsider their warmongering ways. The Tritons howl and curse your finless hive. You have saved the spawning grounds from a retaliatory strike. A strike that our warriors would have then felt the need to answer, and so it goes back and forth, blood for blood. If we do not stop this madness, then who will? Beans. And the last one I'll do is... Nope. The last one I'll do is I'll grab a quick one with my little fairy bros. Who's my favorite / least favorite character as of 2.4? Ooh. My favorite character is probably, oh god. I'm drawing a hard brain fart because it's 3:30 in the morning. What's her face? The Mikote lady. Oh my god, I'm drawing such a fart on my brain. Fuck. Y'shtola, yes, thank you. Yeah, Y'shtola is my favorite so far. Y'shtola's goated. She's awesome. My least favorite character? I mean, my least favorite character is just that little fucking douchebag. The, oh god. Fucking, what's the little cunt's name? So, as part of the main storyline, it's the little Lalafell asshole who's on the council. Who's, like, purposely using the refugee crisis to, like, turn it to his own advantage. And he's like an uber capitalist. That dude's a fucking cunt. I'm hoping I'll get to kick his ass at some point. This quest sucks. It's long. Busy work. Telechi Adeleji. Yeah. That douchebag. I mean, Lalafells in general are kind of eh. But that one in particular. I like how nobody questions how some random guy walks in their house and is just putting, like, random vegetables everywhere. Like, sir? Sir, what are you doing? Sir! Oh, Rolf. Blast! Well, they've done it again. Hmm? What's that? It was you who decorated my home with overgrown weeds at the Silster Quest? Oh dear. Look, I appreciate the sentiment, but I appreciate a fair sight more if the next gift from our forest friends was delivered straight to my doorstep and didn't taste of dirt. Please, God. Hey, John Lacole, thank you for the 34 months. My God, that's a long time. Thank you so much for the support, my dude. And yes, please have some good rest. I'm winding up here myself in just a minute. Walking One was pleased, yes? He wants them delivered on doorstep? But what would be the fun in that? Please stop using me to terrorize people. Nobody likes being terrorized by vegetables. By the time you reach current storyline, hope you get a chance to go to FanFest. What the hell is FanFest? Tell me more. I don't want to go this way. Pray thee tell, what is FanFest? BlizzCon for Final Fantasy? Oh! No, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not much of a con goer, but maybe, I mean, that could be fun. That could be fun. Okay, I need to do a couple of little things here. You know what? Because I'm giving you all the item stuff, why don't we move all the dies over to our bunny femboy and let our sexy dragon maid just worry about crafting supplies mainly. Do 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 do. Do I even have any? Regent. What is a regent? Okay, that's a... Oh, I thought I would have more crafting shit than I did. Guess not. It's the mayor. Get your butt out here. You know what? I'll hang on to those cards because I am due to visit that area soon. Take that. Take that. Yep, you can hang on to the seasonal stuff. The tabletop stuff, the dies. That's a tabletop item. Okay. I've used all these, right? Okay. Well, I could sell these Allegan silver pieces. Sell that. I'm not keeping that shit in my inventory forever. Okie dokie. I think that's as good of a stopping point as any. Yeehaw, hello! How's the server? It's good. Things are going well. Things are going well. Can you check out the Final Fantasy 16 trailer I DM'd you? So, okay, Sign, I need you to understand. So, just to be very transparent, I know a lot about Final Fantasy 16. Like, I have seen a considerable amount of the game because I watched a good portion of a playthrough of it, more out of curiosity than anything. So I want you to understand that before I like accept the Steam gift or anything. I'm also not going to be getting around to it until at the earliest next year. So as long as you're like aware of all of that, then I shall proceed. But I want to make sure that you understand the situation. Like I am not blind or very, very new to Final Fantasy 16 because I've seen notable chunks of it. This was a while ago, but it was when it first came out on PS5. So like I don't remember a lot. I remember like a couple of random plot points. But yeah. Ugh. Okay, cool. Well, because you super chatted for it and it's not that long, we can watch this little 4-minute trailer real quick. I'm fine with that. So we'll watch this real quick and then I'm going to bed. So here we go. Yeah, the only thing I remember.
The target, Shiva's dominant, and only the dominant.
How do we even know the girl will be among us?
Our kind do not question orders, we follow them.
Chocobo Cavalry looks so strange.
Sergeant, they've summoned their icon.
Icon? That thing's a bloody mountain.
Good old Titan. Nope. Fuck that guy in particular.
Will not relinquish their mother crystal easily. This will be a bitter fight.
I know that kid gets fucked up.
You should not be out of doors. We have discussed this. Come, Joshua. Your father will be expecting us.
I am Joshua's shield. I'm sworn to protect him.
The combat system looks good.
Did you not pledge your sword to our cause?
Fucking marbles.
What does it matter? It was the Dalmex who drove back the Crusaders in the Battle of the Twin Realms, was it not?
Without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, we cannot defend our realm from the spread of the Blight.
So they sit in the Dragoons. Imperial Vipers. Do they really mean to invade us?
A coral?
Archduke's son. The Phoenix. Stop there!
Yeah, he's Phoenix. The main character is Ifrit.
Second life on fire. But that's impossible.
It's interesting they went with Ifrit for the main character. Not that I'm complaining. Ifrit's fucking awesome.
The legacy of the crystals. Has shaped our history.
If I remember right, one of the interesting aspects for this game is that I think each of the primal fights is like a different gameplay style. Like one of them, it's more like it's like a rapid shooter or like a bullet hell game. Another one's like a fighting game. Another one of them's like more of a standard situation.
I'll kill you. If it's the last thing I do.
If I remember right, which I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, I mean, I've heard good things. I know somebody that played the game and enjoyed it. So, I'll play it at some point. Not gonna be for a while. Long while. But, you know, definitely at some point. There you go. At some point, we'll go out there and blow shit up. Anywho, I hope everyone had a fun time tonight. We got a lot done. We got so much done. Pretty much all that's left is main quest, and then just if I want to level up any careers before we hit Heavensward. So I appreciate you all joining me. I hope you had a good time. I'm gonna take a quick peek to see if there's anybody to raid. Song button. Sure, Cleo, why not? She's playing Age of Mythology for the first time. So that sounds good enough to me. You know what? I'm also gonna post it on YouTube for anyone. Here, I'll just slap it in the YouTube chat. Oop, that's not YouTube. If y'all want to go where we're raiding, feel free to click that link. Go there, tell her... Wait, Kozichu is... What the fuck? Kozichu is streaming on... Oh, interesting. That means I can actually do a YouTube raid. Which is... rare. Oh god. Twitch, y'all will probably get sent before I'm done setting this up, because to do the... Doing it on YouTube is a pain in the ass. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Recording. Twitch, y'all have a great day. Thanks so much for coming by. It's great to see y'all. Tell Cleo I said hello, please. Stream settings. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? I know it's on here somewhere. It's been too long since I've done it. Recording date. Paid promotion. Redirect. There it is. Perfect. Alright, anyway. I hope you all have a great day. And I'll see you when I see you. Take care.
My dog is going ballistic.
Bye-bye.
I think I should have enough time to